Okay, so good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to the seminar Hope in the Anthropocene. It's the first public seminar of the newly established Anthropocene Laboratory, which is part of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. And the seminar is a collaboration with the Stockholm Seminars and Accelerator at Stockholm University. So what's the aim of the Anthropocene Laboratory? It is to generate and provide science-based understanding to identify and enable novel pathways towards sustainable futures. And in doing so, the Anthropocene Laboratory strives to experiment with the combination of perspectives and insights from the natural and social sciences, the humanities, arts, and other fields of knowledge, with a focus on the biosphere, which you see here, and which is the Earth's thin layer of life, which includes all of us. And today's seminar with scholars, artists, and thinkers on hope, sustainability, and humanity's relationships to the biosphere really illustrates the approach that we take at the Anthropocene Laboratory. We are really thrilled to see so many of you here in the Bayer Hall at the Academy, but also for all of those that join us online or watch this seminar later on, as it will be recorded. We are really excited to start this public seminar series with such an incredible lineup of speakers and performers. The program is packed with wisdom, creativity, and cutting-edge thoughts and art, but we also try to bring in spaces of conversation and reflection. So we really hope it will be a day in which thoughts can be inspired, shared, and nurtured about the role of hope in this era of the Anthropocene. For those of you that are less familiar with the term Anthropocene, it is commonly used to describe the era in which we are currently living. An ex here at the Academy, as well as a theme leader at Stockholm Resilience Center. And I will be one of the guides throughout this day. The other one is Rianti Ningrum, our new colleague at the Anthropocene Laboratory. And we are here together because we have the strong conviction that we do our best work in teams. So here we are, the two moderators for you today of this seminar.
Thanks, Caroline. Hello, everyone. I'm Rianti Ningrum. So, why did we decide to have a seminar on hope in the Anthropocene? You can see the quote here. We think that it can be tempting to think that hope for safe and just futures is for the naive and ill-informed. In the flow of information that many are faced with every day, it is easy to lose hope. The news is so bad. Every day you can see war, environmental disaster, famine, pandemics, polarization, increased inequities, unfairness, and the warmest year in recorded history. On the other hand, one might argue that hope is as important as ever, as vital fuel to actively engage in defying and changing the odds. So you can see the quote here, hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something is worth doing no matter how it turns out. So before we dive into the first session today, which I'm sure a lot of you are already looking forward to, a few practicalities. For those streaming the session online, you can write the question online. We will collect your questions and try to cover as many as possible, depending on how much time we have here. And for those attending in person, food and drinks are unfortunately not allowed inside of the hall. You can have your beverage later on during the break and the foyer. And it is our wish that the session runs smoothly without interruption, and we would thank the audience to turn off their devices during the sessions. So now, let's dive into our first session. Oh yeah, this is, so if you, for those online, if you want to ask question, you can click the button here, ask for questions. It will be on the website, on the link that you click. This morning session will explore elements and building blocks for hopeful visions of the future needed to inspire change. Humans have unique ability to create shared worldviews, ideologies, and truths that hold groups together, create shared norms, values, and behaviors. The human ability to work towards joint visions and learn from each other has resulted in substantial progress. Today, perhaps more than ever in human history, there is a need to find ways to engage across scientific disciplines and knowledge that help build and nurture joint visions and practices aligned with the biosphere. For this exploration, we have invited 4 scholars that speak to some of the different scientific disciplines and knowledge systems that we need to engage in to address these formidable challenges. We will hear 2 talks, 15 minutes before we take a 30-minute coffee break. And first, we have Sander van Leeuw, and Carol here will introduce him. Thank you.
Yeah, so Sander will give a talk titled From Comprehension to Competency. And to introduce Sander a bit, so he's
Hello.
Hello.
Is everything working?
That's great.
Please respond on that, and then I will start talking.
Perfect. We hear you.
Oh, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, and I introduce you with the word.
All right.
Great to have you with us.
Okay. Good morning to all of you. My apologies for not being physically there, which I would have loved to be with all of you, but various circumstances made that very, very difficult. So now I need to see that I get the next slide. Yes.
Yes. And
so,
Sander,
yeah.
May I introduce you first?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yes.
If you want to.
I'm sure the audience would love to hear a bit more about you.
All right, go ahead. Do whatever you need to do.
All right, that's great. All right, so Sander is an archaeologist and historian, author of 20 books and fellow of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and corresponding member of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. He was awarded the Champion of the Earth for Science and Innovation Prize by the United Nations Environment Programme in 2012. He has worked on the social constructions of money and religion and the illusion that our present lives and future societies can be controlled. Sander, the floor is yours.
All right. Again, good morning to all of you, and my apologies for not physically being with you. Now, this project came out of a question that has been puzzling me for a very long time. Since the 70s, we have hugely increased the kind of research that needs to be dealing with climate change. But we have essentially come up with lots of knowledge, and we have not really been able to do much about it. That is a much more difficult battle. And so what I was trying to do is to see, okay, there are very many suggestions about doing things better, like getting CO2 out of the air and dealing with biodiversity and so on and so forth. But it seems to me that there is an underlying issue that we haven't really been dealing with, an issue that is responsible for the current situation. And in searching for that, my colleague Gary Dirks and I have gone back to human perception and decision-making and factors that determine that kind of thing. And so we have tried to find an ultimate cause, not a proximate cause like the capitalist system or the energy system or CO2, but an ultimate cause why we are where we are right now. And to find that ultimate cause, we have looked into a specific aspect of cognitive science and decision-making. And that sounds very far from the theme of today's session, but you'll find out at the end that it actually ends up there. I have to give you a couple of warnings. It's work in progress. And the other thing is that I have had to summarize this huge amount of work in very, very little slides and very few words. And so you'll be missing a lot that you also think should be in there, but that isn't, simply for time's sake. All right, let's go to the next. The basic premise for us is that all societies are actually shaped by the way they process information. And the reasoning is as follows. Of course, humans process matter, energy, and information. But matter and energy are subject to the law of conservation. They cannot be shared. If I have a piece of chalk in my hand and I throw it to my student in the first row, that student has the piece of chalk and I don't have it anymore. Energy can sort of be used in the same way. You can use it for a particular purpose, but it's very difficult to change that. But information is different. That can be shared and transmitted. I can give you a piece of information and I still have it. And that means that it's the information sharing which actually creates the coherence in societies and shapes their structure and institutions. They shape the shared knowledge about how to do things, the shared culture, the shared values, and all those kinds of things. And so, where we need to begin to look is how do we deal with processing that information? And I'll show on the next slide exactly what is summarized here in words. That is, you have some knowledge. Because you have that knowledge, you actually perceive some challenges. And then you try and solve those. And in order to do that, you have to create more knowledge. And that allows you to perceive even more challenges. And so we have an eternal positive feedback loop in a society between the problems they see, the knowledge they have, and the consequences of solving those problems. So let me get to that next slide. On the left-hand side here. At the top, you see the problem-solving structure that structures knowledge. That increases more knowledge and increases information processing capacity. That allows you to see more problems. That itself creates new knowledge. And the knowledge creation involves more and more people in processing the information. That is also, you get a larger group that is participating in the information processing. And because if you get that larger group, you also get problems because you get social problems. And those social problems, they need to be solved. So you devise more knowledge and so on and so on and so forth. So there's a couple of sort of essential elements to add to that. Humans do not interact with the environment. They interact about the environment among themselves. You and I decide what is the environment, what are its problems, and how can we solve those. So that process works in a sort of interesting way in the sense that it creates the knowledge in your head and at the same time shapes the environment that deals with that knowledge and that feeds into that knowledge. And so you get what is called scientifically niche construction. That is, you get a particular view of the environment in your head, and in the interaction with reality, you try and get close to that view in the circumstances of your environment. And it is the resonance between those niches, the internal and the external one, that actually drives that this whole machine keeps going, but it doesn't necessarily devise the direction in where it's actually going. So the next topic, and I'm doing this in 3 or 4 separate topics, is what is cognition? When you don't know anything about anything, you can interpret it in any which way. Once you get into a particular way of looking at it, you have derived, and I call it here disembedded, identified knowledge in the creation of, in the chaos of creation. So there is a chaos. In that chaos, you're beginning to create order, and that order is what your knowledge is all about. And that proceeds in a process that is quite slow in society, but it's important. Initially, you have an unknown set of unknown problems. You know nothing about what the reality is like. Little by little, you begin to see some parts of that reality. So you begin to identify unknown parts of the knowledge. And from there, you actually, the next step is that you create categories, and we'll get to creating those categories a little bit further down. But there are two kinds of categories: open categories and closed ones. And of course, in that whole process, the more of those dimensions of knowledge are identified, the more challenges can be dealt with and more quickly. There is an interesting sort of angle onto this, which is being promoted in particular by somebody who worked for a long time in the stock exchange, Mr. Taleb. And he basically says, what you do is you get an initial understanding in that process by identifying some dimensions that you can actually say these are part of it. If, for example, you're in front of tables and chairs, you can actually begin to say, well, here is this concept table, and here is this concept chair. And both of those help me to identify a number of the phenomena that I have in front of me. And then he argues, and we'll get into that a little bit further down, that actually changes, that initially you think you understand some things, and ultimately, by practicing that understanding and sharing it with people, you actually build knowledge that is accepted understanding. And that in itself also means that you begin to control the phenomena, that you're no longer sort of casting around about what they mean, but that you know very specifically what they mean and how you actually need to work with them. This gives a very interesting perspective to science, and I've summarized his view. Science simplifies until the scientist thinks he understands or she understands. And that also means that the more we think we know, the less we actually do know, because by our creating our understanding and our knowledge, we have limited the spectrum of things that we actually see. And we have limited our vision to a particular vision. And that means that we don't take into account any other visions. And that reflects to the idea of noise. We have noise not only in hearing, but also in seeing things, in the sense that it is that which we don't really interpret. And so the question becomes, what do we discard, and how do we choose what is actually our understanding and our knowledge, and what is not our understanding and our knowledge? So my definition of noise is those things for which we haven't devised a framework yet to understand them. Okay, next. Now I go to the fundamental part of what this is all about. A couple of very well-known scientists who are part of a team that has worked in the 80s and 90s and still does on the whole concept of cognition, human cognition. And they distinguish in the process of cognition two steps. Initially, when we're in front of a set of unknown characteristics, unknown things, we look for their similarities. And in doing so, in logical terms, we create extrinsically defined open categories, categories of phenomena that could, in principle, be interpreted in very different ways. So they are polythetic. That process is a process of induction. It summarizes phenomena that might belong in a category, but does not include those that need to be kept out of that category. The result is that we have categories of limited validity because they're extrinsically defined. We have an incomplete selection of the dimensions of the definition of that category. And we have something that relates to the future because there is the fundamental uncertainty of how this will actually develop. Now, in the second phase of creating categories, we do the reverse. We actually use deduction. We create intrinsically defined categories that are closed and that are linked to one particular theory or interpretation. Those categories are assigned universal validity in the sense that gray is gray no matter where you see it, and black is black no matter where you see it. Those are two closed categories. Whereas in the 50 Shades of Gray, there was actually open categories, right? So we get closed categories, and those categories are fitted to one particular theory or aspect of information. They're monothetic, not polythetic. So the result of all of that, and this is very important, is that in making the transition between open categories with lots of dimensions to closed categories with fewer dimensions, you actually reduce the energy that is needed to keep this in memory and in active information processing. If you have to think about 100 different aspects of a phenomenon, you have to spend a lot more time than if you actually only have to think about 2 or 3 that are officially the definitions of the closed category. So in the process of moving from open categories to closed categories, you actually reduce the number of dimensions that are involved. But you also, by closing, move from understanding, which is open-ended, to knowledge, which is closed-ended. This is a scheme to actually illustrate that because you go in the first process on the left, you go look at subjects and create a referent. And in order to do that, you stress the similarity. And in the second part on the right-hand side, you have a referent, you have a definition, and you look at which things actually fit in that definition. And you do that in order to do that, you actually look at what is dissimilar. Okay. Now, let's look at how this process fits in what we do. And essentially, our present decision-making is always between the past and the future. And on the right-hand side, I have the Roman god Janus, who actually looks back to the past with the bearded part, and with the shaven part, he looks towards the future. So the question is, we decide our present based on interaction between what we know from the past, which is a closed category, and what we anticipate for the future, which is an open category. Knowledge has been acquired in the past and is in terms of closed categories. Interestingly, about 5 years ago, a very interesting Danish economist actually upset economic thinking in a very major way, because he argued that a lot of what the economics is all about is the realization of imagined futures, that people imagine a future for themselves, imagine their position in that future, and therefore also what they have to do. So if you go from that perspective, much of economics is actually about open categories. And that is something that I think is valid for very many aspects of our human thinking. But his elaboration of that for economic thinking is actually a very fantastic piece of work. That's why I have mentioned it here. So the balance between knowledge and anticipation is determinant for the dynamics of the system. I am moving fast. In Western decision-making, we have evolved a lot since 1750. And an anthropologist from the University of Chicago has written a very interesting book with this title, The Weirdest People in the World. And he shows how Western thinking has actually increasingly moved towards closed categories. It has moved towards science and knowledge, and it has left open categories, anticipation, as being not scientific. So what that starts around the Enlightenment in the middle of the 18th century, but gets reinforced by the Industrial Revolution, because then we begin to use more and more machines and equipment. And machines and equipment, because they have been created, are by definition in terms of closed categories. So what you see is illustrated by a battle that I have every day with my wife. She thinks that the machine has to do what she wants. And I know, and this is sort of a hypothesis, but nevertheless, that I have to do what the machine thinks. And that difference is the difference between open and closed categories. That has been strengthened in the digital revolution in recent years, because it is now no longer applied only to categories, but also to algorithms. The machine prescribes our actions rather than vice versa. And so we have moved, and this is the way we have summarized this particular shift from partial comprehension of phenomena, understanding, to complete control, knowledge of those phenomena. And it is that that leads me to hope, because it seems me that you can conclude that open categories assume uncertainty and ambiguity. They're polythetic. They can be understood by a mixture of knowledge and intuition, and they express plural visions that one can hope for, but you cannot expect them. And they're therefore fundamentally adapted to change, to dynamics. The traditional Western perspective is Aristotelian, and it assumes stability as the norm, and thus the possibility of control. But we have obliterated an earlier Greek vision of the world, the Heraclean one, which actually says that things are always changing and nothing is ever the same. And that means that under that vision, we don't control anything, but we have a possibility of partial understanding. So what I'm arguing is that with the emergence of the complex systems perspective in recent years, we have assigned a much more important role in our thinking to ambiguity and to continua rather than closed categories, and that plays a major role in decision making. And that is my last slide, I think. Yes. And that is that in our scientific world, which is now also so heavily technological, closed categories have come to dominate. And that in itself, for our society, has suppressed the possibility of change. And it has generated the illusion that we actually control our world. And that is a major, major barrier to any sustainability transition, because if we can't change or think about change, we can't get there. So if we are to make the necessary transitions to attain sustainability, we need to promote open categories. And so for me, the importance of hope is that it actually is an open category, and that it shifts the balance in our society, the balance between closed and open categories, towards the open categories, and thereby undoes or sort of gets beyond the fixed ideas that we have and which we need to get ourselves out of if we're to stop digging the hole that we're in. So with hindsight, presenting climate change as a danger, as it was done in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and so forth, rather than an opportunity, was actually a mistake, because danger frightens and creates short-term change, but danger does not encourage long-term change. And because of that, I argue that we need to very urgently and in a major way, and much further than is done so far, to actually command hope. Thank you very much.
you, Sander, for a very inspiring talk. Next up, we have Maria Elena Wambachano, who is with us here in person. Maria Elena is an indigenous scholar native to Peru with strong links to Aotearoa. She is an assistant professor at the Global Indigenous Cultures and Environmental Justice Department and Center at Syracuse University. She takes an interdisciplinary approach to indigenous studies, environmental studies, and sustainable development, focusing on food and climate justice, governance, agroecology, public policy, community-driven development, traditional ecological knowledge, and decolonizations. Maria Elena talk is titled Indigenous Knowledge is Key for a Sustainable Food System and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Maria Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that nice introduction. Ayiancho, tenakoto katai, Mandakani, Peru, Sutimi Maria Elena. Greetings, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I want to acknowledge the Sami people who are the indigenous peoples of this land for welcoming me and letting me walk on their sacred land. Also want to thank the organizers, Henrik, Easter. He just told me about how to pronounce his last name. Easter Bloom. And Carlo Falk and the wonderful team who has been, very, very inspirational throughout this week. And today I'm very excited to talk more about my work with indigenous communities. And today the focus of my talk is on the vital role of indigenous knowledge in contributing to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But before I do that, I would like to tell you why I'm so passionate about environmental justice, about sustainable development, and indigenous research methodologies. It all started, I'm a native of Peru, and at a very young age, I immigrated to Aotearoa, New Zealand. And because of this cross-cultural exchange, just navigating and crossing the Pacific Ocean, and arriving in a country that is so rich in culture, Maori is so empowered, it has provided me this cross-cultural experience that otherwise would not be possible if I could have stayed in Peru. So this experience allowed me to build relationships with Maori people, but also with the broader indigenous communities in North America, Latin America, in Oceania, in Africa. And in discussions through inter-tribal food summits, conferences, workshops, throughout the past 10 years, the correlation between healthy lands, healthy foods, healthy bodies, it was very prominent. Equally prominent was to hear their struggles with colonization, their struggles with preserving the traditions, with preserving how they grow, cultivate, and share the traditional foodways. So all these conversations allowed me to have a small insight on their knowledge systems, the resiliency that they have been able to hold tight. And through the value of food, I was able to explore and go deeper in understanding about that food is not something that you simply go and buy in a supermarket, something that gives you enough calories to work and have an active life. Food, from an indigenous perspective, holds history, knowledge, lineage, traditions. It goes beyond the cuisine. So here I have a picture of the kumara, or a sweet potato, and I have a picture here of the corn. And through the lens of these foodways, these precious food crops, I was able to understand how these two indigenous communities who live in opposite sides of the world share traditions, values that are in resonance with the broader indigenous communities around the world. And at the core of those connections and traditions is this philosophy of life. That has led me to write this book. It's forthcoming, and the book that took me in a journey of over 10 years. And this book I've learned that the study of secondary literature on a specific topic is not enough when conducting work with indigenous communities. Mm-hmm. It's important, but I say it's not enough, and I've learned this the hard way. Before I even started studying my PhD, I built connection with Maori. I built connection with my own people. And throughout this work, I've learned that ethics of engagement and the building of long-lasting relationships are vital components in developing a very ethical research framework. And it has led me to develop the Kipu model. I was very fortunate that I was living in Aotearoa, New Zealand. I had influence, and I was able to discuss face-to-face with the colonial scholars, such as Linda Tuhiwai Smith, Graham Smith, Leonie Pihama, and the body of Maori scholarship and the body of the colonial scholars. It has helped me to develop a framework working with and for the benefit of indigenous communities. And it will take me, honestly, another probably 30 minutes to discuss about this, so there's another presentation, but I just wanted to tell you about this. And the essence of Maori and Quechua relationships and traditions is this relational ethics philosophy. If the land is healthy, our foods and our bodies will be healthy. This philosophical strand, it sounds, well, yeah, it might resonate with some of you, but in reality, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because we are living in a dominant industrial food system. And here I want to highlight that indigenous peoples are the architects of lifeways abundance. There are indigenous philosophies all around the world. And examples are Ayi no Suma Kause in South America. We have Ubuntu in Africa, Minowida Wisdom in North America. And now we're finding more and more indigenous philosophies of life. And when we talk about indigenous philosophies of life, it's a way to preserve the environment now for the next generation. And this is why I argue that the concept of sustainable development that was coined in 1987 is not a new concept for indigenous peoples, because they've been practicing this philosophy of life, sustainability, since as long as we can remember. So that's the argument I make in the book. A driver of a healthy, sustainable future is food sovereignty. The concept of food sovereignty, I'm going to summarize it. It was coined in 1996 by one of the largest organizations of small-scale farmers, fishermen, all people involved in food systems. They coined this concept as a way to counteract industrial food system. And it focuses on the right of peoples to healthy and culturally relevant food. While this concept is important and it resonates with indigenous communities, the concept of indigenous food sovereignty, I underscore this concept to highlight that it is distinct and unique. Yes, it resonates with the rights-based approach of food sovereignty, the right to food, that's our human right, but it goes beyond that. And it's unique because it has an extra layer. It underscores a cultural and spiritual relationship that has been disrupted because of colonialism, because of the industrial food production. It highlights our cultural responsibilities with our non-human relatives. It advocates for the rights of nature, personhood rights. So we do not take for granted, and we do not pollute, and we do not mistreat the rivers, the mountains that are there, all those ecosystems that are important to produce food. Now we're seeing this indigenous food sovereignty movement sweeping around the world, mostly in North America, Latin America, Oceania. As indigenous communities are coming together, sharing traditions, and finding synergies, and feeling very empowered to continue with the work, to revitalize the food system, to revitalize their traditions, philosophies, and improve the health and well-being. And here I'm going to show you how indigenous communities, such as Maori and Aotearoa, they're drawing from those traditions, those values, those philosophies to counteract the negative aspects of food insecurity. Maori have the highest rates of diabetes. They die at a very young age, at 60. And food security is a paradox because in Peru, it's a biodiversity hotspot. How come my people, how come I see children experiencing malnutrition? And then in Aotearoa, Maori, it is a developed country, are experiencing acute health issues. So they're drawing from their values, and here's an example of environmental guardianship. Kaitakitanga also talks broadly about ethics of care, focuses on intergenerational justice, focuses about economies of well-being, economies of solidarity. In the highlands of Peru, in the political arena, the concept of Ayu speaks of self-governance, and for Maori is Tingorana Tinatanga, that focuses on Maori self-determination. And all these principles are very ingrained in their philosophies, in their ways of life. Also, when we talk about science, we tend to think about the dominant science, Western science, but let's not forget about indigenous science. Let's not forget that science and innovation goes hand in hand. And an example of indigenous science are the indigenous agricultural calendars. Growing food according to the seasons, being in tune with nature. And an example is the Maramataka, the Maori calendar, the Inca calendar, the Mayan calendar, the Menominee 30-moon calendars. All these calendars continue to be resilient, continue to guide the way how we produce food. And now we're seeing how communities are elevating the meaning of these agricultural calendars and actually being tuned with changes in climate change. And it has been very, very helpful in being resilient against drought. Recently, in the highlands of Peru, they've been going through a drought period. And you hear the stories, the very sad stories, and you find them crying because they said there is no rain, and my corn that's supposed to grow this much is like this, and it's not growing, and the same with the potatoes. And for us, it's an indicator that Mother Earth or Pachamama is unwell. And if the corn is showing that it's not growing as healthy living, and the land is not as vibrant and as productive as it should be, our Pachamama is dying, is upset, and soon will die as well. So all these stories that you hear resonate with other indigenous communities around the world. The work I do at the local level is to have, hopefully, an impact at the international level. And all this work is a labor of love. And these are the two reports that I've been part of lately. And in 2019, I was part of the EBES Values Assessment Report. My work is a celebration. It's a celebration of all the intense work that many indigenous peoples, activists, they've been doing, not over the past decade, I've been part of this movement, indigenous food sovereignty, environmental justice, food justice. But they've been doing that as part of their way of life, as part of holding tight to the values, traditions, to be able to build better futures. And here I want to end with, there are many, many stories to be unearthed. In the book, I unearthed Quechua and Maori stories, but there are more. So while geography might keep us apart, shared traditions can bring us together, and it brings us hope to build sustainable futures. Sulpaki kia ora, thank you.
Thank you, Maria Elena, for a very inspiring talk on sustainable food system. Now, before moving on to our third speaker, which is also very amazing, we have 30-minute break. So you're welcome to have a 30-minute break, and please come back here 30 minutes or shortly before. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we now will have 2 more speakers before there is quite some time for questions and conversation. But before we start, I would just like to clarify, and Maria Elena made me think of that most of the speakers of today were participants in a 3-day workshop that we just hosted at the Anthropocene laboratory on the topic of empirics of hope. So you will probably hear more about what's coming out of that workshop and how we continue with that work, but just to provide you with that context. Okay, so now our next speaker, if I find a clicker, it's disappeared, is Patricia Balvanera. Patricia is an ecologist focusing on biodiversity, human well-being, social ecological systems, values of nature, transdisciplinary cooperation and art. She has co-led the scientific committee of the Program for Ecosystem Change in Society, also known as PECS, the Ecosystem Services Group of the Global Earth Observation of the Biodiversity Observation Network, the Mexican Network on Social Ecological Systems and Sustainability, and last but not the least, she has led the values assessment of the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Patricia's talk is titled Nurturing Diverse Values of Nature. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much to the organizers. And it's really such a pleasure to be talking to you here, present here, and those of us who will listen to us online. So, I would like to show you how nurturing the diverse values of nature is critical to foster change toward more just and sustainable futures. And I have not done this alone. This is the result of the team we co-led, a 90 people team over 4 years around the IPBES, the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, for which we surveyed, we analyzed 50,000 pieces of evidence on the values of nature. Also, I'm speaking on behalf of my collaborators in this transdisciplinary project called Collaboratory Kitchen, or Cocina Colaboratorio. We have been working for 4 years in 3 food-producing communities in Mexico with artists, scientists, and local inhabitants to explore possibilities for more just and sustainable food systems, but also as a researcher, a teacher at the National University of Mexico, and with my colleagues and students. So I will be walking you through 4 different strategies that are actually interacting to think about these futures and the role of values. And the first one is about recognizing the diverse values of nature that over millennia and around the world, people have developed so many different ways to understand and connect with nature and to assess the contributions of nature to people. So we came up with this typology because values are about worldviews and knowledge systems. So the way we conceive the world is about broad values or societal principles about how to organize ourselves. It's also about specific values or the specific importance of nature in a particular context, and we use several indicators of these values in different contexts. So, For instance, if we cross through these different layers with a lens of living from nature, in this case, from a river resource, maybe our worldview would be a view centered, anthropocentric, centered in people's needs. The broad values emphasized could be prosperity for people. Then the specific values that are emphasized are the instrumental values, nature as an instrument of people's well-being. And maybe the most important value indicators will be the amount of fish harvested or the market value of those fish. Yet, if we intersected these layers from a lens of living as nature, as a river, being part of that river, the worldviews at stake would probably be cosmocentric, thinking about the whole cosmos and the complex interactions among all beings. The broad values at stake would probably be those of reciprocity, belonging. The specific values at stake would probably be more emphasizing the relational values, the meaningfulness of the relationships between people and nature. And maybe the value indicators would be, for instance, the stories of the sacred sites. And despite this huge diversity, decisions, both economic decisions, which are those held between private actors, or political decisions, those made by governments on behalf of society, have only emphasized a few values. In this first case, for example, as mining, only market-based values. How much are we willing to pay for the minerals that are extracted? Or intrinsic values. In the case of reserve, how much biodiversity is hosted without respect for the values of the people who live and depend on this nature. And so there are many different ways to do this recognition. And in our project, for instance, we have gathered stories, pictures, videos of this diversity, and we share them through art exhibits, both in an art gallery, but also in the communities, to share these diverse knowledges, practices, and visions. The second would be including this diversity into decisions. And for that, we found there's more than 50 different methods to do so, some based on the status of nature, what people say about nature, what people do in nature, but also integrating. So there's so many methods available, but also indigenous peoples and local communities have been undertaking valuation of nature in their territories according to their worldviews for thousands of years, according to applied locally established procedures, which have not formally been explicitly incorporated into decisions as not even considered in the process. And so we propose a 5-step process for valuation to meaningfully include all the stakeholders that are affected by your decision, tailoring it to a specific decision-making context. And for example, in our projects, the way we approach this is by harvesting, for example, weeds, which are edible, and by choosing which kind of weeds and why they are relevant, we really discuss about values and apply them to choosing how to nurture them, how to manage them, and which ones to eat in which dishes. The third will be widening the institutions and the opportunities for including this diversity. By institutions, we mean both formal and informal conventions, norms, and rules. And these institutions are both underpinned by, but also filter certain types of values. And so it's important to change these institutions to ensure the inclusion of other values. And for instance, for many indigenous people and local communities, securing territorial property rights, as well as recognizing the rights of different entities of nature, such as lakes, water bodies, mountains, is so important. And so, for example, in Mexico, the Constitution recognizes 150 community-based protected areas. And global institutions can also be important in fostering, for instance, cooperation. And so if we think about the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework and the vision for living in harmony with nature, this cooperation has been really important and has been explicitly recognizing the role of indigenous and local communities in doing so. It's also important to enhance capacities to do this. And these capacities include awareness to see this diversity, the tools to assess it, bridging among different worldviews, navigating trade-offs, adapting, and creating fair processes to do this. And so, for example, in teaching, it's very important to go beyond the analytical content to include soft skills of openness, respect, flexibility, to acknowledge and manage these diverse perspectives. Also, we have worked in our project in fostering individual capacities. For instance, these young community chronicles collect stories from different generations to make them visible to the rest of the community. But also through action, through active collaborating, through rowing the same direction, we can align diverse values. And finally, by redirecting societies. So thinking about other possible sustainable futures. And we can see here different possible trajectories where business as usual is certainly not sustainable, but green economy, the growth, earth stewardship, living well are among those that will lead us to these possible futures. And in reviewing hundreds of these scenarios, we found that those futures were individual and societal, material and non-material, and short and long-term gains are balanced, will lead to more sustainable futures. We also found that broad values or societal principles such as unity, responsibility, stewardship, and justice are critical to support sustainability. And so, for instance, in Mexico, there are key concepts such as communality that have led even to the creation in Oaxaca, in southeastern Mexico, have even led to the creation of a university on communality to ensure the creation of capacities to convey this approach. So it's important to deconstruct our current addiction to growth, where emphasis is increasing GDP, increasing extraction from the biosphere at the cost of course, pollution of water and air and decomposition of societies, and which are also provides very different gains and burden for developing and less developed countries. Instead, it's important to think about healing the planet, like here we are healing the soil, healing our food by producing food that in ways that are not harmful to the environment, and healing our bodies with this nutritious food, and nurturing, healing our societies through cooperation. It's very important to celebrating the past to prepare for the future. In this case, this is a party in the streets involving children and people of all generations, celebrating our rich biocultural past and celebrating the plants and animals that live in the soil, that live in this territory in preparation for better futures, but also by nurturing communities of hope that we can work hand in hand with very diverse stakeholders to build a better future. So in synthesis, I show you how these 4 different strategies can really help us build hope for more livable futures by nurturing our interconnections with very diverse beings and their values. With this, I would like to thank all the beings, living and non-living beings, that inhabit this earth and that are here together with us in the hope for reconciliation, for being open to these very diverse values, and especially dedicated to those who are currently suffering very acute pain due to the lack of inclusion of their very diverse perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty, for a very, very inspiring talk. Now we have one more speaker before we go to our Q&A session. Now we become our last speaker for this morning session, Michelle Lim. Michelle is Associate Professor of Law at the Yong Pung Ho School of Law, Singapore Management University. Her work focuses on future-oriented biodiversity law, aimed at advancing equity and sustainability. Michelle is Deputy Chair of the Biodiversity Law Specialist Group of the IUCN World Commissions of Environmental Law. She was a fellow of the Global Assessment of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Economic Services, or IPES, and an author of the IPES IPCC co-sponsored workshop report on biodiversity and climate change. Now, Michelle's talk is titled Storing the Laws of Nature, Reconnecting Societies to the Biosphere. The floor is yours, Michelle.
Thank you, Dayanti. Good morning, Stockholm. How dare you speak of hope? Do you not know about the catastrophic human and non-human loss of life on our planet? Do you not care that the powers and the powerful deem some cultures, some natures, and some lives worth more than others, and everyone else indispensable? I could ask this question a different way. How dare you speak about hope? And I think it's important for us to understand what we mean when we say hope. Dayanti gave a lovely definition this morning, and Caroline explained that over the last 3 days we have been engaging with what hope means. We were very fortunate to have with us in the group Maria Oyala. Her name literally means hope. Maria defines hope as follows. Hope is a positive feeling about the future, evoked by positive, albeit uncertain, beliefs about desired goals, and active coping in the face of hardship. In the same paragraph, she writes, "Without difficulties, there is no need for hope." So moving on to the how of the question, I'd like to share with you my active coping with the issues that we're facing here today. When you think about this meaning of hope, it does not mean that we ignore the injustice and the very real, unprecedented challenges of our planet. What it does mean, though, and something Dayanti presented in our workshop, is that we are not paralyzed by the challenges that are in front of us. So my active coping involves what I call fiction as legal method. This idea that lawyers, everyone really, should engage in writing speculative fiction by exploring what possible futures there could be. We then work through what futures we actually want. And for those like me involved in law, we then look at the law as it is today and think about how it should and needs to change to get to just and desirable futures. Now, because you've all been so very, very good, I'm going to read to you a story. Now, this story comes from a chapter in a book called The Anthropocene's Judgment Project, edited by Nicole Rogers and Michelle Maloney. The idea is, how do we rewrite judgments and reimagine law of and for the Anthropocene? And the story of our book is Judgment Day. Germinator 3000. It was the 22nd of April, 2050. This Judgment Day, like each of the 7 prior Judgment Days of the Cenozoic era, was a momentous occasion. Rock had been the Judgment Day returning officer for as long as anyone could remember. Planet 3 inhabitants, Rock called out across the biosphere. Judgment Day, she paused for dramatic effect, is here. Judgment Day of this new epoch had come upon Planet 3 at an intensity, a speed, and a scale like no other previous transition. But the fission happened in the same way it always did, with a flash of a billion neon lights and a silencing boom that made the horizon reverberate like a guitar string. This time, the effects of the fission mirrored the self-cancelling excesses of the world. It happened so quick that the cellular and constitutional integrity of each part of Planet 3 was preserved, unharmed. The effect of the energy created, however, was that each component of Planet 3 was catapulted into space, sustained and protected in a custom cocoon. Each tiger in its own cocoon, each fern, each earthworm, each river, each mountain, suspended above their marble of blue, green, white, and brown. Do you know that feeling when you get dumped by a wave? Yes, an ocean wave. When you get flipped around and you find yourself spat out the other side and you sit stunned, relieved, but also weirdly exhilarated. Yeah, that's what this feels like. All of the components of Planet 3 sitting above Planet 3, looking back at Planet 3 as they had left it. That's right, as they had left it. The speed of the fission was so great that the Planet 3 cocoons were in fact multiple light years away from whence they had come. As a result, the world they looked out on was indistinguishable from the world they left at the time of the fission. The same concentrations of carbon fill the atmosphere, the same level of wellness or otherwise of each individual, each species, each ecosystem. All finished and unfinished business in the same state of unprogress. Hello and welcome back to the original position, Rock calls out at the cocoons, a mass of suspended shimmering pearly ovals glistening in the light of the sun. As you know, we are here due to the planetary transition, a shift which has occurred far sooner than any previous changeover. Today, Rock continues, here at the original position, each of you will deliver judgments of radical possibility from behind the veil of illumination of Planet 3's atmosphere. The veil of illumination provided by Planet 3's atmosphere allows each individual entity a searing clarity of their biophysical and social cultural heritage. However, behind the veil of illumination, no entity knows for sure what incarnation they will take in the return to Planet 3. No one knows what characteristics they will have in the return, whether these characteristics will allow them, their offspring, or their future generations to thrive after planetary reset. To view the judgments, you need to plant your feet or fins or other conducting component of yourself with another part of the biosphere. For current purposes, can I ask you to take your hand and make sure, well, probably the best way to do it is touch the shoulder of the person sitting next to you, connecting to what is living on the earth in some way or form. And as you do that, I will reveal to you the judgment that you need in this particular time. Interesting. Your judgment is that delivered by the Kilimanjaro lichen. Their judgment goes as follows. We toggle the cocoon's joystick as we look out on Planet 3 from the original position behind the veil of illumination. We zoom in on the highest point of the continent that we used to call our home. We are lichen, Kilimanjaro lichen. Like all lichen, we are a community. In our case, a delightful commune of algae and fungi. Unlike some lichen, we cannot deal with the heat. Zooming in on our ancestral home is bittersweet. Gone are the glaciers and the climate that could have sustained us. Changed is the landscape. Our longing for home is the wound. Our realization that this home no longer exists is the salt. And now we have ended up in the pyramids. No, not those of Egypt. They're called the pyramids. They're these glass constructions, essentially thermal-regulated plant conservatories. What is it like beyond the pyramid? Being in the cocoon allows us to see the world beyond our glass house. Our investigations show that we live in a highly unequal realm on an unequal planet. From our cocoon, we take a VR, very real, tour underground. Here, there is a system of enormous tubes. Most inhabitants use them to travel across the realm. We are drawn to a large bright sign that covers the wall of the underground. It says, "Invest in the green economy this Earth Day." A flock of pigeons rest on the edge of the large bright sign and proceed to relieve themselves peacefully. White paste trickles down the large bright sign. Invest in the green economy this Earth Day seems to now spell out invert greed, community for Earth. This modified sign concludes and constitutes our judgment. Thank you.
So now it's time to share some questions with the speakers that you have. And of course, we will also make sure to listen to some of the questions that all the participants online have. But we suggest to start with some questions here from maybe we take a moment. All right, all set. And we also hope that Sander will join again. Yeah, so we hope he will appear. But for now, we have our 3 wonderful speakers here. So the way we will be doing that, I will collect now 3 questions from the room. I will do that totally random. Let's see how I manage to do that. And then we will, yeah, so it's questions. It can be to a specific speaker. It can also be a general question that we then direct to one or several of the speakers. So that's really on you. So what is it that is on your mind? Okay, I see up there Uno. And then I have another question right behind Uno. Hadisha. And then Athena here in the front. Okay, Uno, you would like to start?
So I had to speak quite loudly. Am I?
Yes, all fine. You can speak normal.
So, in fact, this was a question to Sander.
Right.
Delight for all these 4 speakers. But I understand that my question, which was designed in relationship to the first, also relates to all of the presentations. And it deals with the time sequence or the mind change sequence from something to something. Let's see what he said. He was saying from similar to dissimilar, and he said from closed to open. Okay, so, and we have also for the presentation coming from something and going somewhere. That did hold true with regard to the artist, for the judicial side, and so on. So from something to something. So now comes the question, the general question. What are the seeds in the from that is the starting point for the jump to the coming?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Should I just go?
Please.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for the really nice lectures. My question is for all of you, and especially for you who worked with indigenous societies. I was wondering, like most of the time when working with indigenous, they have a set of values that come from certain beliefs, either like religion or so on. Like, did you notice like certain influence from that part, or like set of values or set of beliefs in their approach, like either like in food or preserving their culture and so on? So did you pay attention to that part in case you noticed that? Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you all so much for sharing. My question is equally applies, I think, to all of the presentations, which is, where do you see the places of most immediate and powerful leverage in our daily lives, how we live and how we work, to move towards the changes that you think would be carrying us in a direction of a more hopeful and positive future?
Thank you. So I will try to rephrase the questions, and I hope I can capture the essence. So we have one around the seeds that reside in the from, so from something from the past, for moving ahead. We have a question around the set of values and beliefs in being inclusive to indigenous like value systems and working with those. And then the last one is around the immediate or like the most leverage? Like where do you see the places of most leverage to move forwards to the changes we want to see in daily life? Is there a question you feel immediately drawn to answer?
You should start. Oh, you want a second? I can start. Yes, thank you. So let me try to answer all three quickly. In a way, for me, as in the presentation by Sander, the approach was exactly as he finished, that it's a very weird approach, Western educated, industrial, democratic society perspective influenced by the Greek. And many parts of the world do not comply to that perspective. So I think the need for a specific starting point and a specific direction is based on this assumption that there's a universality of a starting point and a direction. And for me, this is absolutely not true in my experience, because most of the people in the world are not weird, not Western educated. And so I think the starting point is understanding where we are and where we want to be. And it's not a prescriptive. It's really what different, diverse people think and need. And this leads me to the second one, which is exactly not only in indigenous communities, but in very different contexts around the world. People experience the world, experience these environmental crises, this injustice crisis in very different ways. So I think the starting point, and in any fieldwork, is to really listen very deeply to how people experience the current world and what are their hopes. Which what leads me to your third question, and I think the most important changes that are available to any of us in search for hope have to do with our very basic humanity. We are all human beings. We all want to be happy. We all have at least some basic experiences of generosity, of care, of being part of a community, being wide or small, depending on our experience. And we have a basic longing for that. And I think activating this longing and this innate potential is a way to go.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you, Patty. Building up from Patty's answer, I would say that this is from, I think it's important to understand the plurality of worldviews, plurality of values, understanding that we live in a Western society and we're trained as academics in a Western society, but also there are other worldviews, knowledge systems that have been there since as long as we can remember. And it's important to take into consideration those perspectives if we want to move forward in being more inclusive, to be able to ensure that we are proposing transformative change and working together. That leads me to the second question. Knowledge is place-based. Traditional ecological knowledge that I focus on, it's localized. So when we talk about indigenous values, philosophies, let's not please generalize, because traditional ecological knowledge depends on the specific stories, values, lived experiences of a specific group of people. And I think the lack of understanding of indigenous and local communities, worldviews and values, and in generalizing their diverse perspective, when we imply it or we apply it in policy making, that's the main issue. So for instance, in food security is a policy objective. The main objective is to ensure that everyone will have food, but it doesn't focus on how you will actually be able to have healthy and culturally appropriate food. As a result, we have a lot of food, massive food, but it's unhealthy. And it disregards the cultural aspect, it disregards the traditions of each specific group of people. So my answer would be understand the local knowledge, understand the perspective, values, and always think about how working with and for their benefit, as opposed to thinking more from an extractive point of view. Just try to support them. And that leads me to Athena's question. Within ourselves, we all have values, and it starts since we are in our mom's womb. All the loving, all the care, all those nice values and traditions that have been passed on from one generation to the other. And I think it's our responsibility to bring to the forefront those values. And youth are the ones who are going to be leading the way with the support of elders. Because we definitely need the elders, youth, to advance and move forward in transformative change. Because everything is in a very holistic way. So I think that's something that I remind myself to be kind, attentive, to acknowledge someone's actions. And sometimes it's hard when you live in a fast-paced lifestyle. So it's something that I'm constantly reminded to the spiritual essence to be with me. And it's something that sustains me and helps me. Thank you.
Thank you both. It's just like to echo the sense of the need to do something differently is actually something that and I say we as human communities have always done. What I'm hearing and what you're both talking about is building communities, kindness, and allowing for that broad range of values, but also emotion, something that in our academies often gets diminished as something that's not as important. So just to echo what you've both said around the plurality of a range of different ways of seeing the world, bringing that into our academies, but also doing so in not so much for competitive nature, but the need for coalition, now more than ever, the need for coalitions across which allow for those vastly different ideas, values, cultures to come together.
Yeah, so maybe following on that, we would also like to give you three the space if you have some questions for each other, maybe by listening to each other's talks. Yes.
I love both presentations, and I have a question about Patty's work, and I'd like to know more about the Living Cultural Archive, because I find it very creative and inspirational.
Yeah, so in this project, Collaboratory Kitchen, we work with participatory artists, and they really are not the nice guests, but they are actually the structural participants or designers and architects of the process. And as we move through the different territories, and we wanted to connect with people in ways that were meaningful, we designed first this exhibit of the different knowledges and practices and stories. And it's all based in critical museological thinking. Recent days about not storing, not archiving the knowledge, not working in museums, in art galleries that are remote for people, but other rather disarchiving, bringing to the streets, to the public spaces, this archive and sharing it with people. So the first phase was this gallery that went back and forth from the community to their gallery and back to the communities with different items, but then it evolved in this last iteration as this party in the streets, following the traditional style in Oaxaca and honoring this knowledge in the traditional way, in ways that would be meaningful to people so they could share it with their families, with the kids, with the participants in the dance. Thank you.
Similarly, really enjoyed both of your presentations in terms of that's what I want to see more of in the world. So the question for me is the how. What can we do? How would you like us to amplify the important work that both of you are doing about bringing so much more interesting and diverse and important ways of seeing the world? How would you like individuals to act, but also how might you see that being done?
That's a good question, because I think what I would like to see more is good allyship. We need good allies. And by good allies, I mean people who want to support indigenous and local communities and the broader community, humanity, but an understanding of worldviews, an understanding of values, philosophies, it's important to democratize knowledge, especially in higher education. So that's what I would like to see more about. Really good allyship that works with us, that it does not extract knowledge from indigenous communities. And that's what I would like to see more.
Yes, thank you. And maybe responding, but also at the same time posing a question. I think this concept about knowledge and academic work, as you said, Maria Elena, going beyond the ivory tower, is not that scientists study the world. It is very different. Scientists have certain tools. It's not the only ones. They're not the best ones. They're just certain types of tools that can be of service to a process with and for different groups of people. So I think it's very important to think about how we can all, in different ways, benefit from this local and also universal knowledge that maybe many of us, or at least scientists and students, have been trained to have access to, but how to bring it to the communities. And in this way, I wanted to ask you, Michelle, about this exercise, about thinking about these futures in the context of law, and how, in your experience, can it really change the experience of people who participate in these processes in terms of not only imagining futures, but also being empowered by the tools they could use to go to the future?
Thank you. I think what you touch on is something I very much want to get across, and hence why I call this fiction as legal method. I see the writing of stories to be as important as the end product itself, and allowing me personally, and I'll confess, when writing a lot of these things, I end up crying. I don't usually I might end up crying for other reasons, writing other academic papers. But the emotional, and I think that's something that I genuinely feel we need to unleash in the world, is emotional connection and moving beyond And in many ways, building on both of your points, you know, the only knowledge that is worth having is rational thought that is done in a particular way, but engaging more of our faculties in doing so. And building on the work of the values assessment, I think you will correct me, key message too is how our legal systems, policy systems emphasize particular instrumental values of nature. And I think the writing of stories and thinking about values in that way could be a helpful way to challenge one's own worldview and therefore engage with people reading those stories in ways that discussion of Article 23, sub-article A and its interpretations doesn't have that similar sort of power.
Right, thank you. Thank you for very interesting questions, and I see a very good synergy between the three of you here. So we would like to invite questions from the online audience, and here we have one of our team member, Andrew, who will read perhaps a couple of questions posted online. Andrew, if you please.
Sure. So the first one is, do you feel that there needs to be a shift in our current focus on the potential negative outcomes of losing?
Sorry, can you speak
louder? Yeah, sure. So do you feel there needs to be a shift in our current focus on the potential negative outcomes of losing nature and biodiversity to showing the positives and the ways we are all connected to nature? How could this shift manifest? And the second question, as the concepts of natural capital and ecosystem services become increasingly considered by governments, do you have any thoughts or examples of how non-monetary valuation methods can be used in decision-making around the world?
Okay. So I'm going to start. So the evaluation, and the first one was, already forgot.
Should we focus on negative?
Huh?
To focus more on positives and
Yes.
rather than...
So I think it's a part of our training, at least as a scientist. We have been trained to describe, and we have been trained to describe trends, and in a way, we have been very much learning how much these negative trends really capture our imagination, as we saw in one of the presentations, to think about danger. This was thought as an important trigger of change. And Sanders showed very clearly that it can only maybe lead to panic and depression. So I guess thinking about the positive trends is like the other part of the brain. It's like, in Mexico we have this idea of a half full glass of water. You can see the water or you can see the emptiness. And I think we are consistently trained to see the emptiness and not the fullness. But it's such a different approach to life, to science, to just every day, to remind ourselves that we are alive, that we're still breathing, that we are in this wonderful, unique world. And it's an important change of perspective that will nurture all of us. And in terms of the non-monetary perspectives, there are so many. And I would like to emphasize maybe just a fantastic example, that the Montreal Kunming Protocol, that was signed by close to 200 countries in December last year, and it's now been operationalized, about living in harmony with nature, emphasizes exactly the diversity of values of nature, nature as being part of nature, nature not as providing food, but nature as being so important to our emotional stability. And there are excellent examples, even in efforts such as the inclusive wealth approach and the United Nations, UNSCA, United Nations, something accounting, I cannot remember what this account for. They really are taking account a wide range of values into decisions at the national level. Mm-hmm. So there are many, many efforts ongoing, and the values assessment you can check online can certainly show many wonderful examples.
I will provide some examples at the local level. So thank you, Patty, for that. At the local level, an example would be in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Matatua Declaration that foregrounds Maori values and belief systems and makes the British Crown, the government, accountable for breaking their treaty rights. So this is the local level, and especially it's there to ensure that biodiversity is preserved within those tribes. In North America, there are other actually good examples in the Midwest with the Great Lakes Tribal Confederation, especially when it comes to fishery. And in the highlands of Peru, there were cultural heritage work that's there to preserve the seas, to preserve the health of the rivers. So those are examples that are being led by local communities. So those are examples at the local level that they hope to have an international framework and build knowledge networks across those communities.
For the first question, I think to me there's an important tightrope to walk for not falling into denialism of the very real challenges that we are facing, but at the same time to also talk about real examples of how things can change. And it is that understanding of hope that I think is important, not to pretend that everything is okay when it is not, but also to engage with what is possible at the same time. And on the point of valuation and building on some of the things Patty has said earlier, I think the value change is not about asking those with power to maybe consider how other people do things. I think a more important thing is to ensure that there are diverse people in positions of power and some yielding of power of those who have it as well.
So we are coming to an end of this beautiful conversation. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for the questions. But before we end with this part, I just have a final question to all three of you. And that is, all of you did not hesitate for a moment to join both the workshop as well as our invitation to be part of our public seminar. So if you just want to give us, like your short answer from the heart. So why is that? Why was there no hesitation to join this big topic around hope and explore that with us and the Anthropocene Laboratory? Would you like to start, Michelle?
The reason I accepted was because it sounded exciting and different. But I'd also like to comment on what I came away with in the process. So it looked like a cool bunch of people. I knew some of them beforehand, but everyone else not really. On paper, looked like a cool bunch of people. But the community that has been built around the topic and the very deep intellectual as well as emotional engagement with the topic is something that has exceeded any expectation I had in coming. And yeah, so thank you to all of you who've organized this.
Yeah, I felt very humbled and honored to be invited to these spaces as the wave of young indigenous scholars continue to emerge. There's a small but growing body of indigenous scholarship. So it's important to have indigenous voices as part of these discussions and these forums, and trust me, it's been very hard to get to this point. And all the labor of love I mentioned before and all those reports. And it's the work of many elders, many leaders, and that I look up to. And the responsibility is on me, and to continue being higher education, to continue sharing the knowledge to the next generation. And that's how I actually persevere in academia, because it's not easy. So I felt very happy, and even though I had to make a few trouble changes, I am very grateful for the opportunity to meet like-minded colleagues, to dig deep and find a common ground. And for me, it was important to have the voices of the ancestors and the knowledge be elevated and recognized. And that is something that I continue to do. So thank you for providing me and my people and indigenous knowledge to be at the core of these discussions.
Thank you. So I have been working in collaboration for the past 20 years, and I am convinced of the power of doing and learning and walking together. So this is one component, but on the other hand, in doing so, I have learned to recognize the very unequal participation of people from Europe, the United States, and Canada versus the rest of the world. And for me, that's a debt, a very profound debt. It has many, many layers. And it is extremely important to very actively and very strongly deconstruct that pattern. And so, for me, I am very happy to be here. And I think it's just the first step to deconstruct that pattern, because I think we need to try even harder to deconstruct, to bring to the fore the voices of many, many, many millions of people in the world, many types of cultures that have been homogenized in a few dominant narratives that we all listen to. And so, in a way, I'm so happy and honored, and it's such a privilege to be in this such a special place, where the Nobel Awards are given. It's being in this very strategic place with this wonderful team who are our hosts, and being from this very strategic place to continue with, or maybe strengthen, harness, very important fact, to decolonize knowledge, to decolonize our perspectives of the world. And to have a truly plural, universal, caring, and understanding vision of the world that is meaningful to any living being in this planet.
Gracias, Patricia. Gracias, María.
thank you so much again. We are really sad that Sander did not join us in the end, but a big thanks to him as well. Maybe he watches us online. Who knows? Yeah, and now before I will give the word to Rikard Julin, I just want to share with you a little bit how this afternoon looks like, right? There will be another session. And we will start the afternoon at 3 o'clock back here with an artistic intervention, followed by another incredible set of speakers, which are Martin Skeffer, Rebecca Solnit, and Athena Aktipis. So we really hope to see many of you back here at 3 o'clock, or online, of course, as well. You are all more than welcome. And yeah, now, as I said, I don't know, where do I see Rikard? Here's Rikard, yes. Would you like to come on stage, please? So Rikard is the artistic director of Accelerator at Stockholm University, one of our collaborators for today's seminar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I guess I need to speak a little bit because it's a really cool system here. We don't need microphones, but I think I need to direct something towards you so that you can actually hear me. So I'm here to give a brief introduction of the place that I work at here. My role at Accelerator is as artistic director that you just mentioned. I'm a neighbor also. It's just 5 minutes from here, so you won't have to walk far, although that might be a good thing to do after this morning. I just want to start by saying that I was incredibly inspired by this morning. You can't go to all talks that are given in Stockholm, which is the place that we are in now. So I tend to go to things that revolve around contemporary art, which is the field in which I work. And to me, this is kind of an alien situation, listening to these matters. And I was very inspired and also very happy to find and hear about issues of diversity, of indigenous knowledge, and so forth, that I actually recognize from the world that I usually work in. And this does give me hope to see that the fields that you all are working in also work on issues that artists are engaging very actively with at present, I would say. To tell you what Accelerator is, and I hope you have time to join and see the exhibition that we have on at present. And my dear colleague Tobias Schellner, who's the curator of Accelerator, will meet you and introduce you to the exhibition that we have on right now with an American artist called Lisa Tan. Accelerator is a part of Stockholm University. We're a very young institution. Physically, we've been in this place since September 2019, so it's just barely 4 years. And everyone on Earth basically, I guess, knows that there was more or less a break of 2 years within that time span, where we could only accept very, very few visitors or none. But in any case, what we do is we work with contemporary art. We make contemporary art exhibitions. We work in relation to science and to societal issues. And to put it fairly simply, we make these exhibitions of contemporary art in a way directly with artists. We invite artists to create new work in dialogue with us. And we offer to every artist to meet scientists at present, mostly at the Stockholm University, but it doesn't have to be that at all. It's just within whatever framework we are currently working with, like money, for instance, does you put frames on things. but in any case, we will invite them also in a certain way that they don't have to, of course, meet scientists. They mostly want to. The issues that we can bring up or help them with to start discussions around don't have to be in direct relation to the art that they make. It's just whatever they're interested in at present. We do try to talk about art in a manner that is not what it's about, but rather what an artist or what issues this person might be interested in at present. And then whatever comes out of it is the art, but it doesn't necessarily have to be two things. So I guess we're there to foster curiosity and dialogue. And I also, when I talk about what we do, want to underline that we're not a place to illustrate scientific issues or anything else. We're a place where you can come and after this morning I actually kind of hesitate saying that we usually talk of ourselves like a gym for empathy, because it kind of works because it gives you an image, but also to talk about a gym, whatever, you know. I have too many thoughts in my head after this morning, but I believe very strongly that we here and in a wider perspective live in a society where empathy is not being fostered enough. So that's why we at Accelerator want to talk about empathy and the importance of it. So when you come to us, you have the opportunity to train, you know, it's in the sense of a gym, or just to practice seeing what you feel, perhaps learning to trust those feelings, and talk to others about this. I believe this is very, very important. I guess that's kind of a start, and you'll see more when you come over to us. And oh yeah, I do also want to say in relation to sustainability that when we built up Accelerator, I always said it's actually more important that the restaurant works than that we show art. In the sense that if you don't have a place to sit down yourself or with other people and eat something and talk, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. So we're very fortunate to have a restaurant at Accelerator. That they also run a restaurant around the corner here in the botanical gardens. It's called Gamla Orangeriet, the old orangerie. And they, when they can, they grow all their fruits here actually. So it's a sustainable restaurant. We don't kill any other species in order to be able to eat, and it's really good food. So I wanted to say that. Some of you also work here, so then you know you can go and eat there often. So yeah, that's my introduction. I hope to see you at Accelerator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rickard. And yeah, now I don't want to stand in the way of your lunch break. So please, have a good lunch break with some, continuation of the conversations that you started. And we hope to see many of you back at 3 o'clock here.
Thank you for being here. Welcome back for those who already attended our session in the morning, and hope those who joined us in the morning had a revitalizing break. And for those of you who joined us this afternoon, welcome. Maybe just a short introductions again. My name is Dianti Ningrum. I'm from the Anthropocene lab here at the Royal Swedish Academy of Science. And we will be, me and my colleague here, Caroline, will be moderating our sessions this afternoon. So just a few practicalities for this afternoon. And I'm just going to repeat myself again. This seminar is being recorded. For those watching the session online, because we have a lot of online audience, you can write the question online. We will collect your questions and try to cover as many as possible. So those online who just joined us, you can find the button to ask the questions in the webpage where you find the link to the YouTube session. For those attending in person, just a reminder, the food and drinks are not allowed here. You are welcome to have your beverage during the break later on after our speaker. And please make sure that your device is in silent mode. Now let's dive into this session in which we will explore something very interesting, which is linkages between hope and action for sustainable future. We will start with an artistic intervention from visual artist, I hope I say her name right, Tune Bjordam. Tune is a Norwegian artist working on transformation in nature, changes in society, and in the human mind, including geological, climatic, and biological processes. She explores forms, patterns, and processes in nature in micro and macro perspectives, working with video and performances, photography, drawing, painting, soundscapes, and sculpture installations. Unfortunately, Tune is not here in person. She is most likely joining with us online, and I would just like to say hi to her if she is joining us online. Hello to you, Tune. Tune participates through her work with the title 3 Potential Futures of the Biosphere. So we will be seeing her work of art shortly in the minutes together. So without further ado, enjoy.
Welcome back to this room. So our next speaker will be Martin Scheffer, and he was the one playing the music. So he will actually be our next speaker. And we now need a short moment to get him to join us via Zoom. But maybe that's also a good moment to just let it sink in a bit of what you just experienced. And in case Tune is joining us online, just really a heartfelt thank you to you for contributing to our seminar with your art and inviting us to think about these different potential futures of the biosphere. Hello. Martin, do you hear me? Soon. Okay.
Yeah, now he should hear you.
Do you hear me, Martin?
Yes, I do hear you.
Hello. Welcome to our seminar.
Hello.
So I will briefly introduce you. I told the room already and everyone who watches online that we've just seen you playing music together with Tune and her art. So Martin is a Dutch ecologist, mathematical biologist, and professor of aquatic ecology and water quality management at Wageningen University and Research Center. He was a winner of the 2009 Spinoza Prize, and his research focuses on complex systems, and he's currently finishing a book on positive transformations of society. And Martin is with us today, as I just explained, not only to share his fascinating insights and ideas about tipping towards positive future, but also, as I just said, because he performed together with Tune. And so I would also like to ask you, Martin, to start your talk by sharing a few words about your collaboration together. The floor is yours.
Thank you. A few words or a few sounds, maybe. Yeah. So the video you saw was inspired by a paper called "Trajectories of the Earth System in the Anthropocene" that we did. We first did a live performance in Portugal on the European Conference for Climate Adaptation, and then the one you saw was a live performance in the Louisiana Museum of Modern Art in Denmark that we did. So we like to work together. We like to think about how the world works, how our mind works, and for years we've been doing projects together. So what you saw on the screen were three potential futures of the Earth that we describe in that paper. One is the ice, the frozen Earth. The other is the hothouse Earth, and the third one is in between. The middle one is the beautiful green Holocene. So the story of the paper goes that for millions of years, the Earth has gone through cycles of glaciation, pretty rough, until it suddenly ended up in this beautiful climate that the past 10,000 years has allowed civilizations to emerge and all that. But that's a pretty unstable state. We could just slip back into the Ice Age, and we didn't. And perhaps in part that is because we had already changed the Earth, cut the forest, changed the atmosphere. So perhaps without knowing it, we saved the Earth from falling into the next Ice Age. Pretty good. But of course, the next challenge is not to slip into another state, which is the hothouse Earth. And we hear a lot of discussion about that. So really the challenge is to stay into that somewhat unstable intermediate state that has worked so well for humanity over the past 10,000 years. Once I was giving a presentation about that paper for a general audience, and then at the end, a man walked up to me. He wants to talk to me. And later, I heard that he was going to be famous for being a climate denier. He was a Texan cattle producer. And he came to me and he said, well, this is the first time I hear somebody make sense about the climate. Now I really believe this. This is a very good story. So, of course, I wondered what had made this climate denier so enthusiastic about the story. And it was this little part that humans may have prevented the next ice age. And that just fitted his mindset. He said, well, yeah, we are very powerful. We can change the world, and we have that power. And that is a hopeful thought. And when there is actually, this is just a curious case, but there is also a more systematic research on that, in which people were given a piece of text saying that the Earth would go down the drain, basically, because of climate change. And then before and after, they measure how much people believe in climate change. And actually, after reading that text, there is a lot of people that you lose. They don't believe anymore in climate change happening. Those are the people that have a so-called just worldview, the view that the world is the way it is because it has to be that way. You're rich because you worked for it. You're poor because you worked for it. It's a mindset. Anyway, those people you lose when you start talking about climate change is you don't give a solution. If you give the same piece of text and in the end it says, but if we do this and that, nothing will, we will be able to control it, then actually you don't lose those people. So that is giving a little bit of hope, and that hope is very important. If you don't offer that option, that open-ended option, then some people will have the coping strategy of not listening at all and not believing it. And of course, other people become depressed. And I hear that a lot from our students that are really depressed about the potential for the future of the world. And that is bad for two reasons. One is that it's not nice to be depressed. And the other is that then it doesn't invite you to actually do something about things. So the idea of hope, of course, is that, you can be pessimistic, you can be optimistic. And between pessimism and optimism, there is hope. There is the scope to actually make a difference. And I talked the other day to somebody doing research on psychiatry. We do research on tipping points in psychological disorders too, and I was mentioning this idea of hope and depression, and she said, "Well, that's very interesting because we know that people that are depressed, they cannot remember really concretely the good things they did before or that happened to them before in life. They can't remember, they can't get the memories of their own agency. And what we do about it is we give a therapy trying to let them tell the good things they have done in the past or the good things that happened to them in the past. So I thought that's cool. That's actually showing for an individual mind that this might work. And so if perhaps whole groups in society are climate depressed, perhaps the same thing works, and we can actually help getting out of the depression by remembering the good things that we did in the past. So there are reasons for hope. I think there are many reasons for hope. One, of course, is that the problem is in fact very simple. You may think that it's very complicated. We're in a big shit, and we try to simplify it with the planetary boundaries paper, where we say there is like 9 things that might go wrong if we don't do the things well. But actually, it's more simple than that. We have only 2 problems. One, of course, is the loss of nature. The other is the heating Earth, and we know the solutions to both of them. So if you want to stop the Earth heating, you need to stop getting fossil fuels out of the Earth. If you want to stop destruction of nature, we should move to a more plant-based diet. So it's not too complicated. We know the solutions. And you may say, well, but how is that ever going to happen? You know, we say that all the time and nothing is happening. But then think about the past, because, for instance, slave trade went on for centuries, and people were objecting, you can't do this. If you're a Christian and you think all people are born equal, this is something that has to stop. And it didn't stop. It just kept going until suddenly it did stop. And very rapidly it stopped in the whole world, the big slave trade that was so profitable. Similarly, if you think of ancient China, for 1,000 years, there was the practice of binding feet of girls to keep them small and attractive. And there was lots of objections against that, and it was forbidden by several emperors. Nothing changed until suddenly, within 1 generation, it went from being prominent, almost 90% in many places, to virtually absent. So even if you think nothing is going to change, and you've been saying the thing so often, sometimes they do change. And of course, then after that, we forget. Now we think it's obvious that women can vote for political parties. But that is actually quite recent. It's like a century ago for most countries that women are able to vote, and for some countries much later. We forget. We think it's obvious now, and we thought before that it would never happen. And that's how the mind works. And of course, it will help us a lot if we remember those steps ahead that we have taken in the past. But what about the future? Can we move to a sustainable way of managing the Earth as humanity? Well, many things are happening, of course. You know, I have an electric car, and I try to eat a bit less meat, and my daughter is a vegan. So many things are changing. Everybody's changing, perhaps a little bit. I'm trying to buy my stuff from companies that say that they're sustainable. I vote for a political party that is saying that they will make a difference. But in the meanwhile, you see the trends in the loss of nature and in global warming, in CO2 concentrations, just keeping equally fast or going faster. And so you may feel hopeless then. You know, those companies and the political parties, and it all sounds nice, but we all know there is too much bullshit, right? There is too much greenwashing. There is too much we-washing, and you may wonder whether there is any chance that we get real change, big change that goes fast enough. I think there is a chance, and there is a chance. The reason I think there is a chance is that all those little things, all those little behavioral changes, and all those discussions do signal, I care. And in the end, if we are lucky, it just becomes an overwhelmingly prevalent social norm that we should eat less meat, that we should stop using fossil fuels. So overwhelmingly social norm that not only you and I, but also the CEOs of the companies, the teachers in the schools, the artists, all the institutions, if you want, that keep us anchored in the way we've been doing things, also have a larger chance of tipping into a sustainable state. Now, you may think that sounds very much like, I have a dream. Will that really happen? Will that happen fast enough? And if it goes too slowly, in the end, will everything collapse? Will we face an existential risk, the end of humanity, or anything like that? I think no, because there are other reasons for hope, and one reason is that we can actually buy time. We can buy time in several ways, but one is I think is interesting. We did some research on the human climate niche, so the conditions under which humans can actually live well, and we found that for thousands of years humans have been restricted to certain climatic conditions, and that is actually there is strong evidence that we can't really live well, we can't thrive as society outside those limits. And then we did a computation, and we showed that a large part of the global south may become near unlivable. And that's bad news, of course. But the good news is that the Earth doesn't become unlivable. There is also large parts of the Earth that become better to live in. So those parts are closer to the poles, Canada, Siberia. So it's not that the Earth becomes unlivable for humans, but the place where humans can thrive will change. And if humanity is able to handle that well, that's a so-called escape route, a time-buying route. For many receiving countries, it will be good to get more people to work. Many countries are facing a graying population. They lack workforce, and especially the countries that get new areas where people can do agriculture and live. It would be very good for them to attract more people. Of course, it's important to have a good plan for that. It's important to think about that. And one of the main challenges, perhaps, is cultural integration. Of course, nobody wants to leave the place where they're born, and that is already something that people don't really want to move. And then there can be lots of tension from newcomers in new places. So that's a huge challenge. But in principle, even if the Earth gets hotter, it's possible there to live quite well. And if you think even further ahead, like I'm pretty convinced that we can get carbon out of the atmosphere by all kinds of techniques, but it may be slow. Maybe it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 centuries. If the global south has been almost depopulated for 4 centuries, nature will have bounced back. And by that time, when the Earth climate is under control, we can have a beautiful planet where people can live in the places where they used to live. We've got the climate back, we've got the nature back. So you can think with a longer time scale about other options than just act very quickly or have a global collapse. We don't really often take those long perspectives, and we are pretty locked in to certain ways we think about the world. But I think altogether, it's just good to start thinking about scenarios. Of course, we need to keep the doom scenarios in mind, and they're also quite realistic. doom scenarios of global conflict, of borders being all closed, of huge famines. They are quite realistic, but it's important to also think about what are the options, what are things that we can do, and most of all, be hopeful. So that's what I wanted to bring in as a little set of thoughts, and I'd be very happy to have a discussion about those ideas further.
Yeah, thank you so much, Martin. You gave us certainly a lot of food for thought. And as you know, we will have 2 more speakers for today before we have the question session and the conversation among all the speakers. So we hope you enjoy the next 2 talks, and then to see you back here on the screen in a little bit. But yeah, thanks so much.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you had a good break. So the next speaker is, I'm sure we all have been waiting for her. And for some of you, maybe you don't need introduction, but I'm gonna introduce her anyway. So we will shortly have Rebecca Solnit joining us online. While waiting for her, I'm gonna introduce her to all of you here. There she is. She is zooming in from San Francisco, if we're informed right, and it's morning there. So we are grateful to have her here with us very early in the morning. Rebecca is an internationally acclaimed author of 17 books, including Hope in the Dark, Untold Histories, Wild Possibilities, A Field Guide to Getting Lost, and It Is Not Too Late from this year. Rebecca is a frequent contributor to The Guardian and Harper's Bazaar on feminisms, the environment, politics, and art. In her book, Hope in the Dark, she makes a compelling case for hope as an embrace of the unknown and the unknowable, an alternative to the certainty of both optimist and pessimist. This approach to hope inspired many of our conversations in preparation for today, including the team here. So I'm sure I don't want to stand between you and a very extraordinary talk from Rebecca. So Rebecca, the floor is yours right away.
No? Cannot hear her.
Sorry, Rebecca. I think we are here still. Have a little bit of a audio mishap. We'll just be shortly with you just in a moment while we're figuring things out. But we all can see you just fine. It's just that your voice is still missing somewhere. We're working on it.
Very faint.
We're not getting the sound out, Rebecca. Oh, no, it's on our end. Yeah, our end. So the problem is.
Yeah. So thank you for being patient with us in a moment. Always happening, and this time with talks and technology uncertainty.
I think you have to reboot the computer.
You have to reboot the computer.
So it takes about a minute or so.
Sure. So I think when we were is Rebecca have been informed of this? All right. So Rebecca, we will have to reboot the computer. So sorry for the mishap. So we'll be with you shortly in a minute. All right. We'll lose her for a minute. That's fine. We'll be back soon in a minute. So while we are waiting for her again, maybe we can wait for her, but I would propose to have a little bit of interactive sessions here. Sorry? Oh no, I thought they were speaking to me. So while waiting for Rebecca back again, I just have an idea here to hear. Oh, we have Rebecca again, but I'm not here, but in front of me. Well, you cannot see her. You can. Oh. Hello, Rebecca. Can you please, can you hear us?
Oh, no.
Hello. Now we have our
Keep talking.
We'll just take a moment until I would love to have a good idea for us to do here, but in case Rebecca is joining us soon, we'll keep the idea for another time.
Oh, Raymond, yeah.
Okay, now we have Martin.
It gets more complicated every minute.
Martin, you need to. Is your camera? Yeah, but you're in the big venue now, Martin.
Oh no, she's talking and we cannot hear her.
So while waiting for Rebecca, we're here. Athena will have a little bit of a gift for us.
Yes, so Rebecca's been a great inspiration to me, and I have a little paragraph that I wrote based on a book that she wrote, many of you might know, A Paradise Built in Hell. So I'll just read this little excerpt while we're waiting for Rebecca. After the 1606 earthquake in San Francisco, half of the city was homeless, and the commercial district had literally gone up in flames. In the aftermath, people spontaneously created cooperative infrastructure, including setting up camps in parks to provide food and shelter for people who lost their homes. This was accompanied by what author and historian Rebecca Solnit describes as a surprisingly joyous atmosphere. As one of the witnesses described it, quote, "When the tents of the refugees and the funny street kitchens, improvised from doors and shutters and pieces of roofing, overspread all over the city, such merriment became an accepted thing. Everywhere during those long moonlit evenings, One could hear the tinkle of guitars and mandolins from among the tents. People helped each other when they saw need and had the ability to help. There was almost a complete suspension of market norms and transactions for several weeks, with stores giving away supplies, butchers distributing meat, plumbers working for free to repair broken infrastructure, and trolley car companies letting people ride for free.
Thank you, Athena, for a very nice story. Rebecca, can you hear us? And can you please speak?
Yes. Technological troubles are over. I'm glad to almost be there. I would love to be there in person, particularly if it was summer.
Right.
Which is a much easier time to lure me to the north. But not too late. Not Too Late is the title of a climate anthology I co-edited with Thelma Young Lutuna Tabua, a Fiji-based climate organizer, and that includes voices from around the world about climate to counter the despair, the defeatism, and the bad information feeding those two things. Thelma and I felt that a lot of the ways people were making opinions about climate was based often on both bad information, but also bad frameworks about how change works, the nature of power, etc. And these are things I've been talking about since I began writing about hope 20 years ago, when people in the US, anti-war activists, fell into despair when we didn't stop the war George Bush's administration waged against Iraq. They drew the wrong conclusions from what had happened. It is true that we didn't stop the war, but we delayed it, we changed its shape. We had many impacts that mattered, and I'll talk about indirect consequences later. But I wrote a talk for you, and it begins, I think there is an empirical case for hope, that the evidence bears out that hope is both a sensible and reasonable thing to keep within our hearts, that it is a good compass for navigating the tricky, unpredictable world we live in. Not foolish hope and not passive optimism, but engaged hope that is also wise hope. Hope is a crucial piece of equipment for a life lived with commitment and honor. I want to define hope because people often speak of it as some fluffy cloud on the far horizon that most of us cannot really grasp, and suggest that those who try to do so are foolish. But hope is an everyday thing, an action taken with an interest in positive outcome, sometimes as simple as waiting at the bus stop, hoping that the bus really will come in some reasonable amount of time, calling someone and hoping they'll pick up the phone and be happy to hear from us. Even just opening the refrigerator and hoping that something will sate your appetite, or just that you will not find that someone drank all the milk when you need some for your tea. Hope in this most basic sense is anticipation of the possibility of the desired result. In politics, it's much more than that, and the outcomes can sometimes be that specific: to win an election, to pass a law, to protect oppressed people, to liberate the imprisoned, to protect what's good in a very specific way. But when it comes to profound change, you are accepting that you're hoping for something much less predictable, less specific. The Czech playwright Václav Havel said in 1986, "Hope is not prognostication. It is an orientation of the spirit, an orientation of the heart. It transcends the world that is immediately experienced and is anchored somewhere beyond its horizons. Hope in this deep and powerful sense is not the same as the joy that things are going well, or willingness to invest in enterprises that are obviously headed for success, but rather an ability to work for something because it is good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed." And then he points out essentially that we don't need hope when everything is fine, when everything is good. Hope is something we need when times are difficult, when times are hard, when the situation is frightening or grim, when harm is being done. Hope is always hope that things will be different in some sense, not that the good will persist, and the confidence that it will. It's important to note that Havel said this before he helped bring down the totalitarian regime in Czechoslovakia that had imprisoned him repeatedly for his democracy and human rights work and his outspokenness. At the time he said it, the idea he'd be president of this new country in a few years was inconceivable. So in another sense, hope is not an attachment to a specific outcome. It would have been ridiculous if Havel thought, I am doing this so the Czechoslovakian government will collapse through nonviolent popular power in October of 1989. I think that was actually November of 1989. I am doing this so I'll become president of a republic that does not yet exist. In this, political hope is not, after all, so much like opening the refrigerator door. It's something much bigger. I mean, you don't open the refrigerator door hoping that revolution and profound change will be in there with last night's leftovers and some cabbage. It's hoping that there are possibilities, that your actions mean something, that they may have consequences. And I think you have to be not too attached to outcome, not assume you know what will happen, what those consequences will be. People who assume they know exactly what will happen are often disappointed and often give up easily because they're often wrong. Hope has to be something much more wide open, much more willing to operate in the conditions of unpredictability, the unpredictability of both the good and the bad. After all, what did happen in Eastern Europe in 1989 was not foreseen even by the people who made it happen. Hope was contagious, and small groups that had fiercely hoped in the face of tremendous opposition become mass movements as the possibilities gleamed brighter and come closer. I watched that change from the other side of the world in joy and astonishment. I wept when the Berlin Wall came down. I was born the same summer as that wall, and I expected it to outlive me, the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union to outlast the 20th century. Really, what first made me hopeful were the extraordinary changes from the 1989 to 1994. 1994, the year of the Zapatista uprising in Mexico, after indigenous uprisings throughout the Americas in response to the quincentennial of Columbus's arrival in the Americas. From those things and the lessons I took from them. What is the alternative to hope? Despair and cynicism, pessimism, but also optimism. All of these, though they may look different on the surface, are based on the assumption that you do know what will happen, and the assumption that the future has already been decided, preempts action, encourages inaction, passivity. Hope is a sense of possibility, and that possibility is inseparable from uncertainty. Something that is possible is not inevitable. It may happen or it may not, and that makes it important what we do or fail to do in the present. It's a version of the future. Recognizes we are always making the future in the present. There are limits. Some things may remain impossible, but within the possible, there are many versions of the future. The future is not yet written. It is what we are writing in the present. One thing about human nature as it is currently constituted, you may be mocked beforehand for anticipating victory, a positive outcome for hoping. You are usually not laughed at for doing the opposite, for prophesying doom and defeat and announcing the powerlessness of your peers, even when you are proven wrong again and again. This seizing of powerlessness and hopelessness is a way of avoiding risk, of personal risk, and maybe a way of committing to your own aggrandizement rather than the greater good. It is a posture, and a posture often regarded as cool and sophisticated, while hope is often seen as naive, even when the evidence bears it out. Be realistic, people say, and that's not about true realism, which recognizes that the world sometimes changes profoundly and surprisingly for the better as well as the worse. We should prepare for astonishment, for we should know that we don't know what will happen. But right now we have an epidemic of despair, and I believe that comes from many things. There are real grounds for fear and sorrow and anger in the face of climate change and the forces driving it, including the destructiveness of the richest among us who choose to continue consuming at what they know are unsustainable levels, amoral profiteering by the fossil fuel industry, the refusal of elites, corporations, and the global north, including those of you in Scandinavia and those of us in North America, to do what we know is necessary for the earth and all the life on it. Cynicism, hopelessness, and powerlessness serve the status quo and serve capitalism. Capitalism would like us to perceive ourselves as purely private beings whose needs can be satisfied by the things we can buy or own or have, by private experience, by personal experience. What has also made me hopeful is discovering that human beings, whether they know it or not, whether or not they are told that this is who we are, have a deep need and desire for meaning, purpose, belonging to something larger than just our families, just our private lives. Even when this is not who we are told who we are, even when this does not seem within reach. Theodor Adorno, I once observed that we are still idealistic beings because capitalism does not just try to sell us soap or shiny cars. It is always trying to tell us that this will serve our sense of status, belonging, meaning, will give us joy and happiness, these immaterial things that material things alone cannot give us. But another reason for these grim emotions and worldviews is simply that emotions and attitudes and beliefs are contagious, and we catch it from others, some of whom are building brands, profitable campaigns, and so forth on despair. Some of us is that the news media tells us stories that don't let us understand how change works and where power really lies. Every story of change is a long story, and if you tell it from the beginning, you see how ideas matter, how people possessed by ideas of what is possible or good or true matter, how ideas emerge from the shadows and the grassroots and the margins, how the collective imagination changes so that what was once considered impossible or outrageous or not considered at all, comes to seem like a reasonable and then a necessary and just thing. It is at this point that governments in the form of courts or parliaments, presidents or prime ministers, ratify a decision that was really made earlier, more slowly, elsewhere. In the short version, these official figures give us change, and they have all the power. In the long version, power exists in many forms, is spread widely, and change happens in a way more like evolution than our typical image of revolution. Of course, revolutions themselves don't usually happen like our typical idea of revolution, suddenly out of the nowhere changing everything. Although the revolutions we call revolutions were really just regime change. They didn't necessarily change the relations between the genders, the deepest beliefs, the hierarchies. We do live in an era of revolutionary change, but of revolutions that mostly have happened outside regime change, or only changed regimes as they changed things much more deeply embedded in our values, beliefs, and the consequences of those values and beliefs. Some hopelessness, some despair, some cynicism is a desire for certainty, and it has always been striking to me that people want certainty so much they will choose it as certainty about the future, even when it is patently false, even when it tells us we are defeated, even when it tells us there is nothing we can do. People defeat themselves with these stories, surrender before the battle has even begun, and often convince others to join them. I had an interesting experience the other day. In the US, we often print little cards the size of postcards to announce protests, demonstrations, political actions. And I found in a book one of those cards from 2013 announcing a demonstration against the Keystone XL pipeline, a pipeline that would move some of the dirtiest fossil fuel on Earth from the tar sands of Alberta to refineries in the United States for export to the rest of the world. When we began that campaign to try to stop the pipeline from being built, huge numbers of people told us that the pipeline was inevitable, we couldn't do anything about it, we shouldn't bother. And as I said, cynicism is something people feel very confident about in saying, and we were told we couldn't win all the way for 11 years, and we continued to fight. Finally, one of the last acts President Obama did before he left office was overturn the decision to let the pipeline go forward. And one of the first things Donald Trump did was to reinstate it, and then finally Biden killed the pipeline for finally and conclusively, and the corporations hoping to build it finally gave up. It took 10 years, and people told us we were losing all the way through. But that card reminded me of how unforeseeable all these twists and turns were, how it was something we made happen every step of the way, and of something else that gives me hope. Even if we had not won, we did many things that mattered for the climate in a larger sense. We educated people, and I was one of those people who were educated about the indirect consequences. We educated people about the tar sands, about the ways pipelines make fossil fuel more profitable, about the way pipelines fail and pour fossil fuel, which is always poison, into rivers, into the land, into the natural world. It inspired people to start other pipeline campaigns that were successful. In the northwest of the US, they've defeated more than 40 fossil fuel projects in the last decade, including many pipelines. Native people in Canada have defeated many pipelines. The Keystone XL pipeline therefore helped other victories happen. It created massive public education in North America, and it built coalitions between rural people, indigenous people, climate activists, and many communities. And then it did happen as a victory, but people are not always patient enough to see victory. They often want victory or failure to be something that happens instantly. I live in an impatient country where people often think if we do something one day and the next day we don't win, then we must have lost, when always change is something less, almost always something less predictable, less immediate, and sometimes less direct. But also proclaiming someone or something's defeat contributes to it. What we say contributes to what happens. Speech is a form of action. It's a form of politics. And therefore what we say is possible or impossible, who matters or who doesn't matter, how change happens or can't happen, is always a form of political campaigning. This is as true in the climate movement as anything else. And the climate movement is bedeviled with defeatists and doomsayers. They are what the climate scientist Michael Mann calls inactivists, in a ring surrounding the actual activists, the people who are actually doing the things that bring us towards where we need to be. When it comes to climate, or those of us in the safer, richer, more northern parts of the world, giving up often means shedding responsibility. And for those of us who give up, when we will still be safe, still be comfortable, it essentially means we're not giving up for ourselves because we will be comfortable anyway. We are giving up for the people who will bear the consequences of runaway climate change, of destruction. We are giving up solidarity. We're giving up principle. We are giving up our own power to impact their lives. If we pretend there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we have to do. We shrug off our moral obligation. So I think one reason for cynicism and defeatism is that it's giving up to make our own lives easier. But when we do that, we're giving up on other people's survival, other people's rights, other people's future, other people's chance at a decent life, other species' chance at a livable future, and the future of those who are not yet born. Last year, I wrote in the New Statesman special climate issue, guest edited by Greta Thunberg, about hope and despair. I regularly come across people who are not as engaged as climate activists or as informed as climate scientists, who confidently proclaim that no one cares, no one is doing anything, the problems are insoluble, the solutions don't exist or won't work, and often even some version of either life on Earth will soon end or we are all going to die. Sometimes these things are said by anxious and despondent people, and my heart goes out to them, especially if they're young and just too respectful towards doomsayers and false prophets, or too unaware that you can feel almost anything and still hope. Because hope is not a feeling. But other people are cynical and benefit from this hopelessness. The fossil fuel companies want us to feel powerless, want us to not try to intervene, want us to only think about our climate footprints, an idea they push so that we try to change our own lives rather than everything. So, it serves the status quo. If we believe we can't change anything, we don't try to change anything, and the status quo goes on without an interference. I began talking about hope during the Bush era, when the opposition felt defeated. I met with many kinds of response: relief, joy, good questions, powerful stories, and sometimes also with rage. The rage, to my surprise, seemed to come largely from middle-class white people. They seemed to see despair as a form of solidarity and hope as a betrayal. Underneath this was, so far as I could tell, the assumption that whatever the cause in question, it was doomed, and so we could start mourning right away. But you shouldn't mourn those who are not dead. Doing so stuffs the living into coffins, at the very least in your imagination. Native North Americans from the 19th century into the 1990s were regularly told, through artworks, through writing, through history books, and by bureaucrats and signage in museums and national parks, that their cultural or literal demise was inevitable, that they were already vanishing or already gone. Non-Native people widely believed it. I have met Native people who were told to their face they and their culture were extinct. The people who said these things often saw themselves as sympathizing with those who they regarded as history's victims, but they told stories that reinforced their disappearance. From the 1990s onward, Native people, with the help of historians and activists, reemerged, asserted their presence, said we are still here, took back land rights, hunting rights, revived languages and cultures and ceremonies and pride, won rights in court, and ultimately changed how the rest of us understood history and nature itself. If you recognize that the beautiful and thriving nature of the Americas was beautiful and thriving while fully inhabited, that it was homeland, not wilderness, then you can stop telling the old European story about how culture and nature were at war with each other, and that human beings are inevitably destructive. it opened up hope for all of us, because hope is contagious, possibility is contagious, change is contagious. When you liberate something, others see the possibility of liberation. So with this revival, Native American ideas about our inseparability from nature and our responsibility toward it came to influence the rest of us, because I think we think very differently than we did 30 years ago. And this is important for climate action. It's been too slow, too incremental for most people to see it. But my job has been to see slow things, things that are slower than most people notice, things that are too slow to go into newspapers. And here I want to change the word I just used, responsibility, to reciprocity. The Native American botanist Robin Wall Kimmerer uses that word, which I think shifts the focus from our duty to care for something in a sense that sounds rather joyless and just about responsibility, to our desire to give out of gratitude at having been given, because nature has given everything. Reciprocity is always giving back in the recognition of having been given. Native North Americans also became important climate leaders and won many victories, changed what we think is possible. As Julian Aguan, a climate activist and lawyer indigenous to Guam, recently put it, indigenous peoples are those who have a unique capacity to resist despair through connection to collective memory, and who just might be our best hope to build a new world rooted in reciprocity and mutual respect for the earth and each other, the world we need, the world of our dreams, he says. So, and this is a really important point, and I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because we used some time up having our tech challenge. But I think Julian makes a really important point that we cannot know the future. The future is dark, which is why my book on it was called Hope in the Dark. But we can know the past, and from the past we can learn everything we need to know to work towards a possible future. The past teaches us, and the past teaches us hope, I believe. It teaches us how change really works, how power really happens. It teaches us that history regularly delivers surprises. I went back as a historian once and read a great deal of literature on 1989, or rather all the news stories before that tremendous autumn of 1989, when so many Eastern European countries rose up, many of them with movements that had begun long before, solidarity in Poland, religious movements in East Germany, the movements Václav Havel was part of in Czechoslovakia. Nobody saw what was coming. History delivers many surprises. The transformation indigenous people have also wrought has been a tremendous surprise. I'm often told that feminism has failed or hasn't been successful, or people look at some very immediate thing, the rise of misogynist right-wing movements, the denial of abortion rights in the US, and those things are indeed bad. But if you look at the status of women, in most of people who are queer were regarded as criminal or mentally ill in so many places and were punished by law and culture, and how much that has changed over the last half century. You see what change looks like, and you see that it often begins as a changes in culture, changes in values, changes in belief. So we can learn from the past. The future is unpredictable, but the past is knowable, and we call that knowledge history. We cannot know the future, but we can take lessons from the past. To look carefully at the past is to learn first that change happens in unpredictable ways, often in slow ways, and that usually more changes than the intended focus. I wrote an essay for the Guardian newspaper last year in which I began, "These days, I think of myself as a tortoise at a mayfly party." I don't know if you all know what tortoises are. Mayflies are an insect that in its mature phase only lives for one day. By that I meant I tried to see the long trajectory of change behind current events because it takes time to see change. And understanding change is essential to understanding politics and culture, let alone trying to participate in them. The short view generates incomprehension and ineffectuality and often defeatism. Events like living beings have genealogies and evolutions, and to know those means knowing who they are, how they got there, and who and what they're connected to. If you follow them either in our time or the historical record, you can often see power that emerges from below and ideas that move from the margins to the center. You see how it all works. Something came to pass. The short version breeds defeatism and incomprehension. The long one breeds hope and understanding. And then climate is unique in all this. We do not have the luxury of time. The matter is urgent. But still these lessons matter, and still we can look and in the long term see that we have had a revolution. If you go back 20 years, we truly did not have solutions that would let us leave the age of fossil fuel behind. And the idea in that era was that we would just practice austerity, that we would try to use less. But since then, we've had a renewables revolution. The solar and wind power that 20 years ago were expensive and ineffectual and utterly inadequate to let us leave the age of fossil fuel behind have exploded. They have become so much cheaper, so much more effective, have had so many of the obstacles overcome about battery storage, about transmission, so many of the design problems that they are now the cheapest forms of energy almost everywhere on Earth. They are inevitably how we will power the future. The only question that remains is, will we do it fast enough to outrun runaway climate change? And that's what we're deciding in many ways. So there's a wonderful graph the New York Times published a couple years ago. It shows without the Paris Climate Treaty, the graph of fossil fuel emissions would look like this. The Paris Climate Treaty made it look like this. Changes we've done since have made it look like this. What we really need to keep to 1.5 looks like this. And this is where we are. If you understand, if we did nothing, it could be so much worse. What we need to do would make it so much better. We're in the middle. And that, I think, is both alarming and encouraging. And that's where I always am with climate. I am horrified, devastated, and terrified by the bad news the scientists tell us about continuing climate change. But I'm also so excited about the energy revolution. And it took me a long time to understand, first, that there was a revolution, and second of all, that we are at the beginning of it. You know, this is not as good as it will get. Scientists, engineers, designers, inventors are working on better materials for batteries and other inventions all over the world. And already what is possible is changing. The climate movement has done extraordinary things because in the same way that we didn't have the energy solutions, we did not have public engagement 20 years ago. I was a climate activist then. People thought climate change, they either didn't think about it at all, or they just didn't think about it very much. They thought it wasn't very important, or it would happen a long time in the future. Climate is also a tremendously technically complicated thing. It's an incredible victory to have engaged the public with something that is not easy and obvious to understand. And yet we have done that. The great majority of public of the public in most polls and surveys wants to see transformation, wants to see money spent on those transformations, is ready to support those things, wants to see the solar panels and wind turbines put up, wants to see radical change. And that is the success of the climate movement in the broader sense, as what scientists, educators, good climate journalists, and climate activists have done. Often change is something we can't measure, and people don't believe in what they can't measure. But that is always an important part of what is happening. I saw a wonderful study from 30 years ago. I saw a wonderful study about the impact of Greta Thunberg's activism on people in Switzerland. And it said that 30% of the people surveyed said that they had changed their everyday lives, how they consumed in relationship to climate because of what Thunberg has done. That's something that normally is unmeasurable, and you wouldn't assume that people in Switzerland had responded at all. You wouldn't normally be able to measure that. So I believe the incalculable is a huge part of it. But of course, for climate, we need calculable, practical, measurable change because we are dealing with the physical environment. But it does require non-physical things. So we had to build a climate movement to engage public imagination. And I think this comes back to what indigenous and non-Western thought gave us, because to do what the climate requires of us is not something I believe we will do only in a rational and logical way. We have to value the natural world. We have to feel a deep sense of connection to the greater whole. We have to feel that reciprocity. And I believe in a deeper cultural way, our understanding of nature and our relationship to it, our understanding of interconnectedness as what science tells us about our relationship to the natural world, but also a way of thinking that is contrary to the individualism that capitalism gives us, has also happened as non-Western thought has become more powerful. And that's why I consider this an incredibly exciting moment as well as a terrifying one. I'll skip it's time to wrap up. And so I just want to say in conclusion, we look forward into darkness. We cannot know the future, but the past is bathed in sunlight and we can learn from it. 2023 was unimaginable in 1973, and yet so much of what is good, protection of the environment, rights for women, queer people, non-white people, non-Christian people, people with disabilities has happened because of what people did, not knowing the consequence of their actions in 1973, when so many of these things that would shape our future were happening. I look at 2073 and know I won't see it, I can't imagine it, but what we do in 2023 is shaping 2073, which many of the young people I love will be my age in. I believe that another reason for despair is the confusion between unimaginable and impossible. No one 50 years ago imagined the world we live in now, but everything best in it is the result of what good people did and the faith and hope that what they did matter without knowing for sure what the results of their actions would be. Sometimes they aimed for very specific results. Sometimes they just tried to defend what they loved or lived on principle as queer people, as women who believed in their own rights, as people who cared, who loved, who wanted to serve. There's no more honorable way to live, and in this time of unprecedented danger and unprecedented possibility is what we can all do and must do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for an incredibly inspiring talk. And very sorry again for the technological challenge that we faced. And thank you for your patience with it.
No worries.
Yeah.
So I wish I could see you all. It's been a little bit strange talking to myself in a room. If you are out there.
I can imagine. Oh, we are all here.
But it's what the 21st century and the technologies have given us. So I'm glad I can do it.
Yes, that we can be connected like that. Yeah, so we have now one more speaker for today. And then we have a question session and conversation where we really hope you join us, because I'm sure there are lots of questions in the room and online. So we will see you in a little bit again.
Great.
Thank you. I think now we need to probably change to some slides. So in the meantime, I welcome on stage our last speaker today, Athena Aktipis. And yeah, she's the one that also, yeah, thank you so much for the little improvisation in between. So Athena is an associate professor in the Department of Psychology and director of the Interdisciplinary Cooperation Initiative at Arizona State University. She's also co-director of the Human Generosity Project. And she's the author of the forthcoming book, A Field Guide to the Apocalypse, a mostly serious guide to surviving our wild times. She's also a frequent contributor to Scientific American and Slate. Athena, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you all for being here. I'm hoping I'll have a little bit of time to read you an excerpt from my book, which has been through a few apocalypses in my backpack, one involving an incredibly ripe banana. So, yeah, so what I want to talk to you guys about today is how cooperation is really fundamental to who we are as humans, and really to who we are as life forms existing on this planet. I work on cooperation across all systems, from how the cells in our body are part of an unbelievable cooperative system. You know, there's 30 trillion cells inside every one of us that are genetically identical to each other, roughly, that function together to make us live, breathe, eat. And then we also have about another 30 trillion microbes that live in and on us. And somehow we have a cooperative system that manages to do things that are absolutely incredible if you really stop to think about it. But today I'm going to talk to you about my work on cooperation in human societies. We have a more than decade-long project looking at how people help each other in times of need, societies around the world, and we actually have a few more now. In addition, some in the American West and Gulf Coast area as well. So let me tell you just a little bit about what the Human Generosity Project is. We have really three sort of primary goals, looking across societies at helping behavior, in particular small-scale societies. And then we also do empirical work in the lab, looking at sort of the psychology behind helping in times of need. And then also I do computer modeling and have had the opportunity to take things that we have learned in the field and in the lab, and then create computational models to test how viable those strategies are in a sort of longer time scale than we can easily observe if we're doing field work or psychological experiments. Also have some other goals, including communicating with broad audiences about our findings, and especially now that we have more than a decade of research under our belt, we want to explore some of the implications of these ideas, also for things like the evolution of life, and how we can apply these issues to practical problems, especially how do we better manage risk today in an increasingly uncertain world. So we began really this project with the Maasai. They are pastoralists who live in East Africa, and they live on in an ecosystem that's quite diverse in the Great Rift Valley. Some people live in areas where there's rainfall, while in other areas it's simultaneously dry. So there's a sort of diversity that people occupy in terms of the ecological spaces that they're in. And ideally, at least in Maasai culture, as a Maasai person, you are sustained by your herd. You consume milk, blood, and meat of the animals in your herd, but the growth of your herd varies, and there's also potential shocks, including drought, disease, and theft also is not uncommon, at least historically. Raids by neighboring groups were quite common. So many sources of sort of shocks. And the Maasai actually have a system called Osotwa, which is a system of helping in times of need. Because when these shocks happen, then of course some individuals end up being in need because they don't have enough to sustain their families. And what Osotwa is about is you only ask if you're genuinely in need. If you're asked and you're able to help, then you give. And that's without any expectation of return. You might be wondering, oh, I have this picture up here. Well, it's because Osotwa in Ma, the language of the Maasai, it means umbilical cord. So they're using this kinship metaphor to talk about this very, very special and sacred cultural norm practice that is essentially the fabric of a lot of Maasai life. And we know that they really mean that there's no expectation of return because they have another system called Sile, which is about giving something if you expect to get paid back. So Osotwa is really about helping in a time of need and not expecting to get paid back. So let me show you some of our results. I made a model based on what we know about the dynamics of herd growth in East Africa and what the needs are of Maasai families to look at how viable need-based transfers are. And essentially what we found was that the Osotwa rules gave much higher survival than probabilistic strategies that were yoked to the same likelihoods of asking and giving. And there's something special about the combination of the asking and giving rule that's giving that bump. And you also get much more of a correlation between the outcomes of both of the partners if they're using this Osotwa strategy. Then I added debt-based interactions because I wanted to be able to compare that to the Osotwa interactions to see, is there something special about these Osotwa rules that allow for greater survival? And what we found is that if you are having debt-based interactions, you get some correlation here. I'm not really sure how this is working. I'm going to stop using this. You get some additional correlation between the outcomes of the partners compared to no transfers. But need-based transfers give you this much longer tail of survival, where individuals who use it are they're really literally more interdependent with each other in terms of their survival. You also get higher overall survival with need-based versus debt-based strategies. Interestingly, with need-based transfers, you actually get less inequality, you get greater equality. If you measure the Gini coefficients in the model, we find that the need-based transfer strategy gives you the greatest amount of wealth equality compared to the others. So this is sort of a diagram just to summarize what need-based transfers are. You start with a request. Individuals ask for enough just to get to where they need to be in order to survive and be okay. A response is given, and only if that individual actually has enough to help without going below what they need. And then the outcome is that you have greater risk pooling. You have risk pooling for both partners. So basically, need-based transfers are a limited risk pooling system that can help limit losses. Let me show you some examples here of how need-based transfers apply in our modern societies as well. So this is a former graduate student of mine who's now a professor in her own right. She did a survey looking at how people expected their friends to behave towards them. And what we found is that helps me when I'm in need was one of the very top ones. And unfortunately, we have a formatting issue here, but at the very bottom was pays me back. So in terms of what people expect from their friends, it's definitely corresponds more to need-based transfers. Interestingly, we've also seen in fieldwork that we've done in the Southwest USA that unpredictability of the needs that people are facing is highly related to whether they expect to get paid back or not. So for needs that arise predictably, like branding and shipping, versus illness, injury, and things like that, that these less predictable needs that arise, people don't expect to get repaid. And we see a similar pattern with a study that we did online of people that are living in a more urban kind of setting. So the more or the less predictable things are, the less people are expecting to get repaid. We had people play a risk a game where they were having to manage resources, and we gave them frames, had them read text about Osotois and Maasai and about ranchers who shared. And what we found was that this need-based transfer framing actually led people to behave differently in this resource management game. They gave more, they made larger requests when they needed them, they gave unconditionally, asked more unconditionally, and did less matching of amounts given and received. So what this tells us is that need-based transfer behavior can actually very easily be elicited by cultural information. You just say, hey, people do this, and people are like, oh, maybe I'll do this. And then they have the opportunity to have the benefits of that. Need-based transfers are something that happens across life as well. It's not unique to humans. So vampire bats, which have sort of been famous for many studies that have been done on them and their sharing behavior. Well, it turns out if you dig into the papers more specifically, you find that the biggest predictor of one bat helping another is how hungry the bat is that is making the request for help. So that's a need-based transfer system. Social insects, they engage in something called trophallaxis, where an ant that's come back from foraging comes into the nest full, a hungry ant inside the nest will come up and tap their antenna, and then the full ant will regurgitate food for them. So that's a need-based transfer system. It's also the basis for multicellular life in a lot of ways, because you couldn't even get the evolution of groups of cells that were beyond a certain size without having some mechanism for transporting resources from the outside to the inside. So really, all of us are made of need-based transfers in many different ways. I want to just put a few ideas out here before I transition out, which is that I think that there's an opportunity to use need-based transfers to provide decentralized insurance in situations when markets might be limited. There's some advantages to need-based transfer systems over market systems, like you don't actually need the actuarial data. You don't need to know the likelihood and severity in order to actually have a need-based transfer system. They function well in the face of uncertainty. In fact, as we saw, they seem to be specialized for uncertainty in terms of the way the human mind works. They're elicited by these situations where needs are arising unpredictably. We also know that people help each other when disasters occur spontaneously. And the other thing that I think is a real strength of need-based transfers is that you don't actually have to start by changing the system from the top down. Need-based transfers are based on relationships. So you can start this change yourself in your own life by cultivating need-based transfer relationships with those who are around you. And one of the things that we're trying to do with this National Science Foundation grant that we have around using the rules of life to better manage risk is to bring elements of play and fun into helping people to build those kinds of risk pooling relationships with each other. So we have a prototype of a game that is based on sorry, we had some formatting issues with the slides. But it's based on the simulation and what we know about Maasai, where you essentially play as a Maasai herder, and you have the opportunity to give cows to those who you're playing with. And essentially what we've seen is that people really love to play this game. They will play it for a very long time. And we've decided that we want to take this game and we're going to put it into an app-based form that allows people to then connect it with their social media platforms and play this game with people who are their friends online and build those need-based transfer relationships, and then provide scaffolding and information about how you then turn those things into relationships that will help you in times of need to have others to depend on. And this is one of 3 games that we're going to be developing to basically use inspiration from other systems other than the sort of Western system that we're embedded in to do a better job with managing risk collectively. And with that, I will hand it back over to Carolyn. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Athena. And you can actually stay on stage.
Oh, right, I can stay on stage.
And maybe let's move this a little bit, if you help me. Sure. Right, so because now it's time for questions and conversation. But yeah, let's not rush into these questions right away, which also gives us time to connect back with our online speakers, Rebecca and hopefully also Martin. So we can just use this moment to digest it and reflect. Hello. Hello, Martin.
I'm here, but I cannot start my video because it is blocked by the host, it says.
Okay. We will take care of that, Martin.
I could only unlock my voice.
We are working on that, Martin.
Oh. Oh, host had asked to start your video. Okay, I will start my video now. Yes, now I am back.
Great.
Yeah. Hi, Rebecca. Thanks for a beautiful talk.
You're welcome.
I was mesmerized here in Chile.
Beautiful. Well, you know, Martin, now since you started with that right away, why not start actually with giving you, the speakers, the opportunity to ask each other questions? So I don't want to put now anyone on the spot. No, maybe I do. So are there questions you have that are burning?
I can offer one to both of you, and I've observed from Martin, from your wonderful performance earlier, and Rebecca, from reading your work, that both of you have a real sense of incorporating creativity and innovation and arts, and this element of we need to make this not just something that people are sort of passively consuming, but something that they can participate in. So for you, personally, and in terms of the way that your work interacts with the rest of the world, what's the role of sort of creativity and the arts in your work?
Martin?
Shall I say something? Yeah. My parents were artists. My whole family are artists, and I can't escape it. And I just love it. It's like playing around and having fun. So usually people say, well, the arts are so important to, for this and for that. But first of all, it's just play for me. But then again, we have in Holland the Royal Academy of Sciences, of which I am a part, and then we have the Academy of Holland. Now, any of science, and all people know me, and a lot of people know you, Rebecca, and for very good reasons.
Martin, you're
The behavior, the choices, people are not an emotion, and the arts, of course, do speak to that, and that includes beautiful language or visuals or music. So I think, I think as scientists we usually overestimate the role of or the impact of our arguments and the information, whereas really what is moving people is something else, and we know that, but we don't often follow it, and it's an additional reason for me to work with Tone Bjordan, with others, to work on the arts. I would say that the main reason perhaps is just that it's so much fun.
Great. Rebecca?
Yeah, and what a great question. I want to quote a couple poets quickly. The revolutionary romantic Percy Bysshe Shelley once wrote that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the universe. And then a 20th century radical poet, Muriel Rukeyser, said, "The world is not made out of atoms, it is made out of stories." And we live and die by the stories we believe. It's not as direct as like this novel changes the world most of the time, but in the arts and culture comes our sense of who we are, who we can be, what matters, who matters, where our power lies. And I think the arts can be extraordinarily destructive or extraordinarily constructive, but that what we call art is part of the broader culture that shapes our sense of who we are, of our values, of our powers, and therefore of what we do in the world, and that impacts the natural world as as well as the the social world. And so the arts matter absolutely, although I think in the Western world in many ways the arts have abdicated many forms of responsibility and or have told stories that are too small and narrow. I've been very excited to see the Indian novelist Amitav Ghosh write that novelists need to write stories in which the climate, nature, weather are characters, to make the natural world part of our imaginative life in a way that it hasn't been, at least in fiction. I think actually poetry and nonfiction, visual art have done a much better job with that. So yeah, the arts are an expression of who we are that in turn shape who we are, and so they matter absolutely. And if I can jump to a question for Athena and possibly Martin, and I just want to say that I found Athena's presentation incredibly exciting, because I think science is also a story, but I think what scientists see is, and how they describe the world, is in some ways, many ways, culturally determined, and scientists began to recognize more and more, beginning with revolutionaries like Lynn Margulis in the 1960s, that the world is not what social Darwinists said at any level, a world where survival is dependent upon competition, that version so useful for justifying capitalism. The world is primarily cooperative, and we can see this within cells, between cells, within species, between species, as whole ecosystems, arguably as Gaia, the whole planet. And I feel that this idea of cooperation is tremendously important. So for Athena, just my sense is how and why this story has emerged now. Is it a cultural story that's let scientists see it? And Martin, I'd love to hear what you think about this too.
Well, it reminds me of what Lynn Ostrom was telling me in a conversation. She is a Nobel laureate in economics, and she won the prize for her research on cooperation. And basically, yeah, what she kept saying is that, yeah, this all works very well for small communities, and people are hardwired for cooperation and altruistic behavior. That's how we grew up as hunter-gatherers. We haven't changed any since. The challenge is really to scale it up to millions or billions of people. And in that, sometimes we have difficulties. But inherently, we are altruistic and cooperative. But we can be very hostile to outgroup people. So, yeah, the real challenge is the scaling up, I would say.
Thanks, Rebecca, for that question. To just make it a little bit personal, I kind of grew up academically within a framework that was very selfish gene, that you're naive if you think that cooperation is something that is natural, that selfishness is the natural state. And I read all of those books and papers and took all the classes, and I was like, you know what, something isn't right here. So when I was in college, I taught myself to do agent-based modeling because I wanted to run the simulations myself. I wanted to see what assumptions are going in, and I realized there were so many assumptions that really did not match up with the real world, like the idea that you have random interactions, the idea that you don't have persistent relationships, things that just don't map on to what we know about reality. And so I kind of made it my mission, I guess you could say, to discover very simple rules that I thought were missing from the way that cooperation was being looked at in evolutionary biology. So, need-based transfers is one of those. But then also I did work for my dissertation, which I started as an undergrad actually, on the walkaway strategy, which is basically you cooperate with everyone. And if someone or a group is not cooperating with you sufficiently, you leave. And it turns out that if you have a population of individuals that are using that strategy, that actually changes the whole meta-population structure in a way that makes cooperators interact with each other more than they interact with defectors, which then favors cooperation evolutionarily. So I think that there have been a lot of biases, a lot of assumptions that went into a lot of the early evolutionary biology work on cooperation, and those have just needed to be challenged.
I think it's time to let the audience in, if you don't mind. So, okay, I see one question. Let's look at the time. I take two questions for now. So I saw one up here and one here. So.
Yep. Hi, I've got a question, I guess inspired by Rebecca's talk. I wanted to ask about what the role of acceptance and sort of mourning is as a sort of ground for hope. Because a lot of this sort of anger and frustration, if you believe that, oh, it's so stupid what's going on in the planet, it's so stupid that we failed to achieve sustainability, but is it important to accept that actually sustainability is an extremely unlikely and difficult thing, and unsustainability is something very easy. So sort of accepting the difficulty of that and accepting the losses, is that an important kind of process to go through before you can then sort of foster the hope that you were talking about?
There's many pieces to that question, but I'll try to answer it. I think hope always has to be, to some extent, realistic. It has not denying suffering, not denying harm, not denying loss. But I don't think of it primarily as an emotion, and I think you can feel anger, grief, despair, etc. I think I said in the talk, because I say all the time, I respect despair as an emotion, but don't confuse it with an analysis. And sustainable, is what constant, and in a sense, we have a system set up to advance unsustainability, a system in which many of our governments subsidize fossil fuels. We've done many things to privilege them. There's a kind of many forms of colonialism that allow the destruction of nature and the global south for the benefit of the elites and the global north. But those aren't necessarily inevitable. And we've set up a system that advantages some things. We can, you know, my friend David Graeber, the great anarchist anthropologist, used to say, but the great secret is that the world could be quite different from what it is. And I think sustainability doesn't have to be somehow more difficult, or, you know, riding an electric bus is not actually harder than driving a gasoline car. Eating vegetables is not harder than eating meat. And in fact, growing vegetables is easier than growing meat, and cheaper. Living in a well-designed community is actually much easier than in a badly designed community. I think a cooperative system, and here maybe Athena has something to add, is actually a lot easier to live in than a system driven by competition, loneliness, and isolation. So one of the things that's been really interesting about the climate crisis is the sense that what's required of us is austerity, that we live in an age of abundance and we have to sacrifice. But I think we can stand that on its head, living in an age of hopelessness, of the toxicity that's both political poison and literal poison to human bodies and all living things, of fossil fuel, has been a kind of austerity, and giving that up and doing what the climate requires of us could mean an age of abundance, abundance of hope, abundance of time if we're not consuming and producing so aggressively, abundance of relationships to each other and to the natural world. And so I think most stories can be changed. And this again goes back to the relationship between science, politics, and culture. We have to be skillful storytellers and be careful of what stories we accept.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that, and say that, you know, when it comes to these cooperative networks where people agree really to help each other in times of need, it's based on a shared understanding of sort of what is needed and what's sustainable for people in those communities. And that I think something that that's missing for a lot of us is a shared understanding of like, oh, actually, what do we need and what actually sustains us? And we, you know, to the extent that we can go back to some of these things that, you know, Rebecca was mentioning that truly sustain us, like good food, relationships with people, a healthy environment to, you know, breathe and, you know, live in, that, you know, what we're looking at is actually, you know, not giving something up, but being more connected to the things that sustain us.
Okay, so I have a comment, then a question. So I just wanted to say that I was very inspired by the ideas by Rebecca and somehow also complemented by Athena on how hope is linked to this process where there's a really critical role for agency, for this contagiousness of positive behavior, positive attitude, this idea of reciprocity based in gratitude, cooperation, generosity, and so on. And so based on this framework, this is a challenge for Marten. ¿Cómo estás, Marten? Qué gusto verte.
Muy bien, gracias.
So this is a challenge for Marten because I in experiencing the art piece and also listening to the talk, these three scenarios provide us with different experiences, but in a way, the future you foresaw could entail huge, making even worse, the huge inequities, no? And so my challenge would be to you, no? So you know the math, you know the system dynamics of these alternative futures, but is it possible to convey a narrative where we hear more about agency, about reciprocity, about cooperation?
because I kind of didn't feel the role of people and also the role of different peoples in these different scenarios.
Is it to me?
Yes, it's a challenge for you. I know you like
Okay.
challenges.
Yeah, so yeah, inequity and inequality is a huge theme, of course. First of all, if we let things just go, inequity and inequality will increase enormously because the poor will get poorer and the rich will get richer. So that is something that if you do nothing, you have a problem. Then we haven't really talked about it, but of course, the world is unprecedented when it comes to wealth accumulation in the hands of a very small group of people, also, which comes with power. Power, not only hard power, but also storytelling power through bots, through all kinds of ways now. So I would agree with Rebecca very much that it's important to think of futures that are like attractive. And if you think of the attractive future, what do you really want? People that are asked just before they die what they would have done differently, they don't usually say, I would have bought another car or whatever. They would have spent more time with family and friends. They would have worked less. The things that really sustain us, that are really important for us, are a feeling of security, safety, tranquility, which nobody will have in a world of global heating. Nobody can live in a relaxed way in Sweden or wherever in such a world where billions are on the move and nobody feels secure. So it is, I think it's important to do the storytelling in such a way that we can all only be happy in a way in which there is more equity and justice. Now we of course strive for wealth. We should strive for well-being, and well-being. It's very conceivable to have a world with much more well-being and much more equity is an important part of that. Without that, nobody can be living relaxed, so to say. That would be my first reaction to it.
Mm-hmm. So time is running, but I would really like to have one question from the online audience. Andrew, do you have one for us?
Yeah, kind of on a related theme. It says, how do we make politically inclusive narratives of hope that not only preach to the choir, but are successful in motivating new groups towards hopeful change?
Should I start? Happy to take that one on. I don't know how it is in other languages, but in English, the phrase preaching to the choir is usually very dismissive, phrased as it's a waste of time to talk to people who already agree with us. But I think that regards speech as a very simple transactional delivery of facts, or maybe an evangelical attempt to convert people from what they currently think to debate them, argue, and win. I think a lot of what we do with language is strength, at its best with the people we love, the people we care about, the people, who are sometimes the same people that we agree with, is we fortify them with our conversations, we inspire them. And so preaching to the choir is not a waste of time. I think for climate, for example, we don't need to convert climate deniers who are a minority at this point. We need to motivate people who think climate change is real and serious to become more engaged, more active, and maybe more hopeful that what they do matters. So I think that we definitely have many occasions when we need to speak in ways that invite new people in, that reach people who don't agree with us. But from an activist standpoint, a lot of what our job is not to argue, not to convert, but to motivate, energize, excite, inspire the people who broadly agree with us. And then often between people who are involved, what we're also doing is refining our understanding. I think the two people, the more or less on stage with me, Martin and Athena, we probably agree about a lot of things, but talking to each other, we might understand those things deeply, find new examples, new perspectives, or challenge something we assumed and change it in some way. So I think that we have to think about the functions of conversation in these essentially cooperative ways that are still constructive. Thank you.
Maybe I can add.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So one of my hobbies is talking to strangers, especially strangers who disagree with me. I just love to try to understand where, how people are coming at things from different perspectives. And in a lot of the approaches that I'm trying to take now in terms of like communicating about how do we manage risks, I think that it's actually very hard for us to think about managing global risks if we don't feel secure in the spaces that we're in. We don't feel like somebody has our back, like we're okay if something bad happens. I think that's really fundamental, and that we need to have that capacity filled before we can actually have the bandwidth to process what we can do in our communities, in our regions, and globally. And I think this is something that transcends all political boundaries. So, when you're talking about managing risk with somebody who is, more like a, liberal in the US, I'll use different language than if I'm talking with someone who's more conservative, where things like, talking about prepping and things like that, like they can understand that. And you don't have to talk about like, oh, globally what's happening. It's just, well, how are you ready to support yourself and your community given that there may be dramatic weather events, right? So you can talk about it on different scales and using different language, and getting down to the most basic things about us being human and our need to be connected, to be secure, and be a part of an environment that we feel safe in.
Great. So I hope you all agree with me that I take one last question to Rebecca. So we take 5 more minutes. I hope you agree with me. If not, just run out of the room. But I would really like to ask you one question, Rebecca. And actually, in a way, just flip around how Athena started this conversation, which was by asking, what's the contribution of the arts to this topic. So now the question to you, you have started to engage with hope more than 20 years ago. And today you join a seminar at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences on the topic Hope in the Anthropocene, where many people in the audience, both here in person and online, are researchers or scholars across various disciplines, but heavily engaged with questions of sustainability. So if you would have a wish or two, what type of study would you like to read in the near future that puts this topic out there?
Oh my gosh, that's a difficult question because it's specific. I follow a lot of climate scientists on Twitter. I look at a lot of graphs. I read a lot of peer-reviewed studies. I'm pretty excited about what's happening now, and partly from the specifics of what I read, but also because I get from that the sense of not only the climate activist community, which I'm part of, which I already knew, but of the climate science community, that people all over the world are working hard to give us the knowledge, when it's scientists studying the situation, and when it's more sort of engineering design solutions to give us the solutions. What I think is missing sometimes is overviews. For example, every day I see graphs about how solar panels are cheaper this year than they were last year, or how much renewable energy is going up this year. But what I often don't see is the longer picture. In my talk, I had that sentence, I'm a tortoise at a mayfly party. I often don't see the big overviews. And I know science is often supposed to be very specific and very close in, very factual. But I think we often need overviews. How has the technology changed? How has the understanding changed? How, I think Athena is doing this, how do many different ideas about cooperation add up to a completely different universe than the one they imagined 50 and 100 years ago? So I think what I would hope to see is more overviews showing us the renewables revolution, the revolutions of ideas, because it's almost like cinematography. You get the close-up shot where you see one very specific thing, but it's often the big picture that lets you really understand where we were and where we are, that gives you a sense of where we could be. So I'd love to see more overview science. And maybe that's not even the job of scientists. Maybe that's the job of science writers and journalists and storytellers like me. And but anyway, thank you. And thank you, everybody in the audience. And thank you for a wonderful conversation and all this cooperation.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We will take this with us, and I hope you will see some overview studies. We will reach out to you. Okay, so thanks again, all three of you, Athena, Rebecca, and Martin, for your wonderful talks. And now it's really time to wrap up. So I give the final word to the auntie.
Can we give a round of applause?
Yes,
Yeah.
one more round of applause.
Thank you, everyone, for staying with us very late in the day. Some of you are here with us from the morning. Before we leave, we would like to highlight again that this event is a part of our work in the topic of the empirics of hope in the Anthropocene laboratory here. As mentioned this morning, we just hosted 3 days workshops on the empirics of hope, which serve as a very engaging and rich discussion on how we want to take this topic forward. So hopefully the Anthropocene laboratory team here will work on this topic in the next 2 years, along with the topic of the intertwined biosphere in the Anthropocenes. There will be more information about our work in additional seminars and events in the future. We don't want to promise, but it's written here that there might even be a newsletter, hopefully. And if you want to learn more, if you have good ideas, if you think this interests you, if you think you're drawn into this topic, please feel free to reach out to us. There is a page dedicated to us in the KVA website. And if you, if you want to learn more, just approach one of us if you know any of us here. And last but not least, we would like to express our gratitude to the Royal Swedish Academy of Science for hosting us today in this beautiful lecture hall and making this event possible. And with that, we would like to, Caroline and I would like to thank all of you. And yeah, have a really good night. I guess, yeah?
Exactly.
All right. Thank you.